Okay, we should be live. Live on do and do. I think there's going to be a problem with the video from yesterday. Okay. Let me double check, make sure everything's running here. Beautiful. That is insane. This cannot be real. What type of ad is this? This is not where it's supposed to be. Can I make it less? How many minutes of video ad do you... Wait, disable pre-roll ads. By running mid-roll ad breaks every 30 seconds. If mid-roll grants your channel 30-second mid-roll grants your channel 10 minutes of no pre-roll ads and stack up to 3 minutes. Oh man. Is it this? 3 minutes. Ugh. I really want to get rid of ads altogether. Anyway, sorry. There we go. Now it's not showing like 80,000 fucking ads back to back with like 5 seconds of fucking intervals between each other. It's such horse shit.
Me.
Oh, I did it.
So. Ne. Ji. Zu. Go.
Still feel like this is a bit loud.
Ni. Ji. Fu. Gi. De. Ku. Ne. Ma. Do. Ha. Ki. E. He. Zu. Zo. I. Ze. Ga.
Oh, I think I did that in the wrong stroke order.
Ke. Tsu. Pa.
Fuck, right, it's the circle, not the lines.
の
I just literally just did
Ba.
that. Mm.
せ ぴ
Fuck.
ぷ
I should have gotten that one wrong.
び ぱ ち ぬ
What's this one?
のぷ う ざ こ ぶ
It's literally what I was doing. God damn
Be.
it.
が ほ ぶ
Okay, let's see if it registers correctly. This. Nope.
て ひ げ く す だ か ぼ な あ さ ぺ お
Oh. Going for ooh.
ぶ
Watch this. Yeah, there we go.
も
Mm. Oh. What was that
Boo.
one? Okay, watch it. It's gonna fuck up again. There we go. It's always that line that it fucks up on.
む
I think this one is. No, this one's that weird one that I'm always
め
getting wrong. I think this one is this.
た ぼ
Damn, I did that wrong.
も
Mm. Right, Mo is. Fuck. I was going
Mo-
for the other M1. Might have been this one that I was thinking of. It's like. Yeah, I just did the wrong stroke order.
お む も ぼ
I
Boo.
should not have gotten that right. This one I'm probably gonna get that there. I didn't even get past the first stroke.
ぷ
Okay, see if it lets.
ぷ
Come on. Oh my
Boo.
god, it let me. Let's see if it. So this is the exact same thing, just with two lines. Two lines off on the top where the circle was. And watch this. I'm not going to get this right probably because it's probably going to say, "Oh, you did something wrong." No, that time it did.
し
Wow. Holy shit.
のずぷぎくうじでぶぽげけえむじみめがしそぜてひ
Oh,
Na.
sorry, nah.
あへも
Oh, that's
To.
toe.
びきぴせつこさほどぱぺごすべ ざ
How's everybody doing today?
かばぬぼ
Oh,
だたとちおぬなまだふね
mm-hmm.
くずにぞはあい
See my hiragana chart. Yeah, we've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 left to do.
ら
Ra,
り
re,
ら
ra,
り
re,
ら
ra, re,
り
ra,
らる
ru,
れ
re,
る
ru,
れ
re, ru, no, ru.
る
Right,
れ
ru,
る
right,
れ
ru,
るろ
ro,
れ
ro,
ろ
ro.
れ
Fuck, I don't even remember. I was so off. This one's
ろられ
is that this one? No, it's more of a swooshy end.
りら
Wait, it's yeah.
り
I think this one might no.
れ
Oh, it's this one that's. Oh fuck! I did it again.
ら
Ra is this one.
れ
Lay is this one.
ら
Ra is this one.
れ
Lay is this one.
り
Li is this one.
ろ
Roll.
る
Ru. Ro and
No.
Ru are so similar.
りろ
Oh, I did that wrong. That was wrong. This should not have been correct.
るらる
I did that wrong. That was
Yeah.
wrong. Ray is.
る
Ru is. What is it? It's. Yeah.
わ
Wa.
を
Wo.
わ
Wa.
を
Wo. Wa. No. Wa.
わ
Wo.
を
Wa.
わ
Mm?
をを
That's wrong.
を
Oops. I tapped.
をわ
Oh, right. It's the stroke down first. Sorry.
わを
Wait, Wo is.
わ
Wa is.
わ
Oh my god. There we go. I have done all of the. Oh no, I still have not done. Yeah. Oh, I skipped over it.
やゆ
You.
や
Yeah.
ゆ、
You.
や、
Yeah. You. No, you.
ゆ、
Yeah.
や、
You.
ゆ、や、
You.
ゆ、よ、
You. Oh. Weird. Some of the stroke order
You.
is weird.
よ、ゆ、
What was you again? No, you.
よ、
Yo.
や、 ゆ、
Yo.
よ、ゆ、や、
Yeah is
よ、や、
fuck.
よ、
Yo is
や、
yeah.
ゆ、
You is
よ、ゆ、
Did I get it all? I got it all. I'm bad at all of this and some of this. I think all in all, I'm probably gonna do okay at on the test. Okay, let me reorganize my desk just a little bit, and then we'll get the camera going for 7. Yeah, there we go. Right there. Okay, let's pull up the homework again. Oh, excuse me. Uh, 18, 19, 20. Answer the following questions. O na ma e ho. O na ma e ho. Eh. What does that translate? The thing that I don't like is that if I switch to hiragana, o na ma e ho, it's not going to Oh, wait, what? It's onem. Oh no, that's ha, right? Yeah, that's ha, not ho. Ha. Which is onem. Onem in hiragana. I ask Google what it is in hiragana and they give it to me in katakana. And it's like, oh, okay. See if we can find that word. It might be name. Name. Yeah, it is name. So this is name. Which actually makes sense. Na mai me na me. And then iho. 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 What's that combo? No, wait. Ah. So this is O. O and then the name. And then ha or wa. Oh. What is your name? Answer the following question in Japanese. Oh. Onemwa? Okay, so that is name. It's asking name. And now I have to remember how to spell this in Japanese. Right? I think that's right. O O Shi Ko To Occupation Wa. Oh, of course. It's not typing. Mm-mm. Oshiga is a Japanese phrase for where O is an honorific, she means work, and go to indicates the action of going to do something. So the essentially it translates to I wish I had a Japanese person in chat right now that I could question. Uh, I'm entirely stuck right now. I actually don't think I'm gonna get this done. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't think I'm capable of doing this right now. This is not non non. I think that's ma. No, um, si se si se da desko ka. I think this is in the end. This is no, no. That's not no. That's ne, ne. Maybe ne, ne. I was right. It is ne. So nan, nen, say, se, deska, na, na, ne, deska, nane deska. So this is asking what my job is. Okay, and then this one is I see this one a lot, and I don't actually know how to do this one. This is a weird one. Okay, and then this one is so what I'm effectively doing is I'm some of these I'm typing into Google when I like in the Romanji, sorry, not the Romanji, in the trying to figure out what what it's asking. Okay, so this is here we go. It's this one, right? Yeah, it is literally this one. What year are you in college? I don't know how to answer this. I'm not in college. Nan sa I desu ka? Nan sa I desu ka? Nan sa I desu ka? It sounds familiar. Nan desu ka? Major. Ego desu. Nan None say. None say. None say. None say. None say. What the fuck does none say mean again? None say. In Japanese translates. That's not correct. I think this would translate maybe like this better. No, okay. Okay, let's do this. It's na mm, nan. Oh yeah. Okay. Sai. How old are you? What age are you? Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah. This one, how old are you? There was a whole thing about this for age. Just need to I don't know. Oxford age. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Sai. That's what it is. Sai. This. So it would be. It would be. I think this is right. I'm not actually. I can't. I can never remember. Sai. And I think we say des again because we're answering a question, and answering a question has des at the end. Sen ko u senko wa nan desu ka? Nan desu ka? Senko wa nan desu ka? I think this is asking what major I'm taking. Because senko is major. If I can find it, we can verify that. Yeah, here we go. Senko major. We'll just say computer. Computer desk. Done. 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 That one's in the N family? No, that's an M. Ma. Meh? I think it's meh. Nope. Not even in that. What is that one? That one's not the N. It's not the M. It's not the R. Fuck, what line is that? Oh, it's a wa. So this is done wa bon 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 bon. Because this is B. This is bo. Go go wa nan on deska. Oh my god, I don't even know what this one. This one's a hard one. Okay, we're gonna get to the bottom of this one. This one is, what is it? It's sorry, it's don de typing in Japanese is hard. Then wa bon go u ha. That's not what I wanted. There's the ha, and then it's na, bo, ba. Oh, it's ba, not bo. Okay, let's type this out the right way. This is, uh, this is, it's de, wa, ha, go, u, wa, na, nan, ha. No. Ba. Oh, I got it wrong again. Fuck me. What is it? It's de, wa, ba, go, ha, na, ba, deska. Holy shit, it actually went in. Means, would you tell me what your telephone number is? I can't show you that. We'll do 5. and then I will put in my phone number. I'll put in a phone number actually. Now I don't know if they want the regular numbers for this or not. Oops. Mm. Oh, whoa, 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 wait. Yeah, I was doing that wrong. There he is. I can see you now. I didn't know you even existed. Interesting. Welcome. Sorry if I missed your messages for a bit. Uh, School is hard. Uh, how are things? I'm doing well despite being drunk. I'm sharper mentally. I'm thinking again. Well, thinking is good. Give me 1 second and we'll be switching back to overhead. 100, no, we're going to page 140. 124. Fucking this week's homework is gonna kill me. As I mumble with a pen in my mouth. Well, I was super depressed for like 3 years, and my ability to understand reality went to shit. Like 120 to 100 IQ drop. That's a pretty big drop. Okay, so Let me know if this is too small. I think you should be able to see this. Yeah, there we go. I hate this book sometimes because it does not lay flat. And it's a workbook, so it probably should lay flat. Well, it's good to hear that you're doing better. Just remember that no matter how bad things seem, there is actually people out there that always care about you, even if it doesn't seem like it. Know that every time I talk to my doctor because of my ADD meds, I have to he has to make sure that I'm not suicidal or anything like that. He's like, "Have you had suicidal thoughts?" And it's like, "No, never. We'll never have suicidal thoughts. It's not matter how bad things get. There's people that love me. There's people that love everybody. There's always somebody. You might not know who they are, but they are out there." It means something coming from you, actually. I can hear you mean it. First time since ever. Yeah, it's because it's true, man. I think this one. No, I did that wrong. Damn it. You're me fucking up. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I did it. I did it right. I'm not very good at this one. The mole. These characters are hard to remember sometimes. I wish they used English characters. It would make learning this so much easier. I did that wrong stroke order. There we go. And the angle on that was probably not great. There we go. There we go. That's a bit better. Well, I'm well now, but I do appreciate the honesty. That's good. It's good to hear that you're doing well. I always hope that everybody's doing well. Man, that one's just terrible. Just terrible. Yo, yo, yo. Mami mumemo. Ya you yo. Oh, god damn it. Write the word below. Okay, those are gonna be easy. We're almost done all of the homework. I think we're gonna do the last little bit of this tomorrow. because I want to move on to, yeah, because we're at about an hour. So I want to move back into game dev. So how did you find me, Mr. Mrs. I should log off, or whatever you go by? I'm guessing just trolling through the Wait, no, you've been here before. So long ago. It's been forever. When was the last time you were here? Asked it to look for most successful. I actually used an LLM. Interesting. It's like my experience as a child kind of informed me that genes were probably more important than environment in general. I think that kind of depends, but I'm not sure. I don't know much about that topic, to be honest. I used to know. They have vision now. Remember? Wow. Surprised that I come up as the most sad mofo. Kind of surprised on that one. Rue. 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 Well, that was one LLM. Not all of them. Relax. No, it's fine. I don't care. I could definitely see how an LLM might see me as sad. I know at one point Twitter thought that I was a woman. I'm not sure why, but Twitter thought I was female for a while. That's fun. Yeah, I took a photo of it and I posted it on Twitter. Cuz like I got an ad that I was like, this is a really weird ad, right? Like this is a like this ad does not look like I'm the target market for it, like in any way, shape, or form. So I was like looking at it and I saw the little button where it's like, why did I get this ad? So I clicked on it and they're like, we're trying to target women of a certain age group. And it's just like, you got none of that right. I don't even think that I was you you care about your skin. Um it's there. um, I don't do anything special. I just shower once or twice a day. I shower when I feel icky. If I'll shower more often if I feel icky during the day. But I shower in the mornings. Like if I've worked out or whatever, right? Like if I've gone and worked out or I've been sweating a lot for because it's super hot or something like that and I just feel sticky all over. Like when I was in Japan and it was really hot, I would shower multiple times a day because it was just like I'd get home and I'd just be like I feel like I'm just standing here sweating because of how hot it is. Yeah. But outside of that it's just in the mornings. You should talk to Live High Potential. to live high potential. I don't. I'm not sure what that is. Is that like a channel? It sounds like a channel. High potential. That's I'm guessing that's their username. Give me a second. Once I'm finished doing these characters, I'll take a look. That's possible. I don't think my mindset's particularly far off what most people think and feel for the most part. I don't think. I'm not always the best at articulating what I mean though. So like there's confusion sometimes with that. You guys might be similar minded, but I do think you have some quite wild thoughts. Interesting. I'm curious about that. Look what so because I live in Canada, right? We had a strike for our national post somewhat recently. So this didn't make it here for Christmas. This was a gift from one of my girlfriend's friends. Well, our mutual friends. She actually used to be in this room until she moved. She got a job in the States and moved. But and then I took over this room as my streaming office. Anyway, so she sent this for Christmas and it got here like this week. Yeah, it's a Trader Joe's advent calendar. So. Advent calendar in February. My girlfriend brought it into my room and is like, "Please eat this." I'd occasionally get some of these. We yeah. My girlfriend doesn't like milk chocolate. I would have smashed it into the ground. Why? You really think that I can be solved over 24 days? Solved? It's just about having a treat every day. I've never done it properly. I always either miss a day or do too many days. And I have to play catch up, or I just, yeah. I found one which was a Kinder surprise, like a Kinder one with like little Kinder surprise stuff in it, or something like that. And I gave it to my friend, one of my friends from Spain, because she loves Kinder, right? And so like I gave her that, and she she went home and she ate half of it in the first sitting. Oh, let's see what we got. We got a there we go. It looks like a boot. The chocolate is how do you say terrible? I think this is snowman. No, it's a lamp. Like an actual fire lamp. Marzipan. It might be. It might be part marzipan. It's like got a grainy texture to it. I don't know how I ate this stuff as a kid. I feel like when I was a kid, the quality of the chocolate was better. Ooh, a cupcake. Mhm. The cupcake tastes like grainy chocolate. I absolutely did for a very long time. Yeah. Um, I streamed without a camera because my girlfriend was when I started streaming, I streamed without a camera because my girlfriend was in the room and she doesn't like being on camera. Because I was streaming out of our bedroom. When I took over this room and turned it in my streaming room, because our roommate moved out, I think I slowly started streaming with the camera, and then I kind of like the room was kind of a mess because I was always doing stuff. She wanted to keep me down. No, she just doesn't like being on camera. I could have turned a camera on, right, and probably gotten away with it, but then she would have limited mobility in the room, and I didn't want to do that to her. So anyway, so yeah, so now I've got a room to my own that I can stream and be loud in. Loud. I don't have to worry as much. And sure seems reasonable, yeah. So like to be fair, like I've never really done streaming for the purpose of like becoming big and making money, right? My reason for streaming is actually is far different than that. The reason I stream is because it keeps me focused. So I can actually get like it keeps me focused on the projects that I want to work on, and it gets me through the downtimes in them. Now, would I say no to becoming a big streamer and being able to do this full time? Absolutely not. That'd be really cool. But I don't do it. I never started streaming for money because I don't believe that I make the type of content that that would actually ever produce good numbers. Yeah. Like I don't think that I'm gonna be a full-time streamer. I don't think that's in the cards. I'm sure that I could like if I sat down and worked really hard and had a passion for like content creation, that would actually work. Well, actually, I'm the kiss of death, apparently. Allegedly. The more the streamer enjoys me coming around, the worse their numbers. Interesting. Just open up a second browser. Watch me on YouTube as well. There, we can destroy the numbers on two platforms. Let's try. It's gonna be harder to get to. You do that, and I might actually have numbers on YouTube. To be fair, my numbers on YouTube are slowly getting better. Okay. Which is kind of nice. Let's try it. It's a study, sure. Go for it. Um yeah, so like if I open up YouTube Studio, right? I've been kind of watching this a little bit. And to earn. I think this would be cool to get. But the 4,000 watch hours, I just don't see how I'm gonna get there, to be honest. I might be able to do it if I can keep streaming for long enough. like on a daily basis. Magic. It's just that I see people have interesting that most people don't see. If I combine them in a room, magic would. I would guess magic. Maybe. Anyways, yeah. All right. So we're done most of the homework for the day. Now we can get on to the truck. I did a little bit of tweaking last night with Rem and Aku. The truck feels a bit better, and I think it's only going to get better from here. We're debating whether or not we're going to do we're on the we were talking about whether or not we wanted to do gears or anything. So I don't know if that's going to happen. Just message the dude I told you about. I got to go. All right. Well, have a good one, and thanks for swinging by. It was good chatting with you again. Wait, what was this guy's name again? High potential. Being the high potential streamer. Twitch.tv. I'm guessing it's this guy. Tinkerer, 24/7 worldwide office hours. Spacecraft. I'll have to take a look at him. I like to tinker. To tinker. Apparently he's doing an IRL stream. I'm guessing he doesn't do that very often. Anyways, so we played with the truck a little bit yesterday. Definitely need to lower those bars. They're a bit too high for this truck. Though I am debating whether or not I should heighten the so I go to Dots Player Truck and we open this up. We go to the truck body. Then we can do this. Bring that up. Just give us a bit more clearance. But I need to smoke. All right, have a good smoke. Because we keep hitting these. Yeah, these are a little off. I was trying to get the actual convex hull, but apparently you can't do convex hulls with this physics system, which kind of sucks. I want to delete that one. Do that. There we go. And then hit play. And then we do this. Wait, what? I'm still, oh man, I really need to get a better I think I need more suspension on the front. Yeah, we're going way too low on the front there. Wonder if I can give stiffness just to the front. I feel like we could do stiffness just on the front wheels. I want to move these up. Like this. Wait, let me jump to the prefab. So I think that's what we're gonna work on today. I'm not gonna worry too much about the walkers anymore, or for now. We'll come back to them. Prefabs, player vehicles, dots. So what I want to do is move these up like this, and then we are going to create empty. This will be center of mass. There. Then I'm going to go back to entity hierarchy. No, we're going to go to scene. We're going to come here, and we're going to take this game object details here and copy. And we're going to open this back up here, and we're going to take this and paste. Here we go. Oh, that's why. It's way too forward. No wonder. It needs to be at least over the... Let's go into ISO mode. There we go. It needs to be at least back here. There we go. I think that will be better. I don't think we're going to have to run into the... Yeah, there we go. That's better. Okay, and then what we want to do is we want to then go to the authoring for this vehicle. So the vehicle authoring, we're just going to jump to the script here. And I want to make some changes here because we want to get the center of mass, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to come into here and we're going to say we want this is going to be header. Actually, this is part of suspension, I think. Yeah. Public game object center of mass. Then we need to take the what is it? It's the physics body. Yeah, we want to grab the physics body. Those gizmos. Where's the baker? Here, baker. Here we go. Actually, because this is a mono behavior, we could say on on awake, I think. On start. Unity. I think on start's the way to go. And then we also need our, we should do this, header, where should center of mass be? What would this be? Vehicle body. Physics body. I think this is edit script. Oh, it's physics body authoring. Okay. Physics body authoring. Physics body. Yeah, okay, there we go. Physics body. Then we do the on awake, or no, on start, right? Unity on start versus awake. Start is called exactly once in the lifetime of the script. Start may not be called for the same frame as awake if a script is not enabled at initialization time. The awake function is never is called on all objects in the scene before any object starts function. Start function is called. Okay, so I want the on awake. And then the awake is just void awake. Okay. Actually, this is not correct here. Sorry, I'm a little trying to figure out how I want to do this. Where is this located? Yes, this is in mine. Okay, sweet. This would be public center, public game object, center of mass. Okay, and then M center of mass, transform.pos. This here would be what we would get differently, which would be the. Does this have authoring? No. What do we have access to here? Value. Where's value set? Where's the authoring here? Wait, where's the authoring? The custom distribution. There's M center of mass. So what we want is we want to say M. Okay, so I'm just going to copy that so we have a copy of it and then go like this. And then here we want center of mass dot transform dot local position. What? There we go. So I think that should auto update it now. So now I can actually add an object into it. And if not, what we want to do here is if center of mass is not equal to null, do this, else value dot transform dot pos. And then what we need to do here is we need to do a ternary C# Ternary operator? What's this look like? What do I look like? Oh, just like this. Then what's the problem here? Wait. Right, we don't do the if. There we go. So if we have a center of mass object, we use it, and if not, we just get the default. Then when I come into here, we should see maybe in advanced. I don't see it. It's not here. God damn it. What the fuck? Is it here? Physics shape. No, it's here. Where's my center of mass? It should be here. Unless maybe I need to serialize it. Tooltip. If this is not set, it will we will use the default center of mass. This is next. It should be right under initial angular velocity. Initial angular velocity, and then it goes straight to gravity factor, which is wrong. Huh. This is so weird. Why is that not showing up? There's the gravity factor, and then my center of mass doesn't want to show up. I don't understand the M. But why does this not have my center of mass? Center of mass with game object. That's terrible. That is never how that should be. Whatever, I don't care. Right now I want to see if I can get it to work. So this is supposed to be a physics body, right? So it should show up in advanced, I think, I hope. And it absolutely does not show up in advanced. But it's supposed to. What the fuck? Yeah, because the center of mass is right here, and I just want to use this. Like, I just want to actually have a position, right? Reconnected successfully. Did I have a blip on my internet? I had an outage. There we go. Why you know worky? Because this doesn't want to work. And this is physics shape authoring. Ah. Yeah, whatever. Oops. This is what we want. We can get by with this. The center of mass gets deleted anyways. It never makes it into runtime. Is my dropped frames going up or down? Okay, it was going down. I don't know what was going on there. That was weird. Okie dokie. Let's see if we can get a better better situation here. So what I want to do, what I want to do is have multiple boxes be my box situation here. So let's see if we can do that and if it will still run. Right. The entire point here is to performance effectively optimize how we are making this truck operate. There. And then we want another we need another shape. Another physics shape. Physics shape. Let's see if this operates. It might not, and if it doesn't, it doesn't, right? But if it does, it does, and that's going to be amazing. This is cool. Cool. I love it when that happens. New physics shape. This is perfect. I don't know what service is out right now, but one of them is definitely causing problems. There we go. Let's see if this actually works. We're gonna see if this works. This might cause so much jankiness, but it might work. If it works, I'm going to be happy. Yeah! Hell yeah, it worked. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to angle the center of mass, this one here. We need to rotate it a little because effectively what we want it to do is we want it to not be that. Actually, what if we do more of a capsule? I think a capsule is the way to go here. Yeah, a capsule. Because we want this to be more rounded, right? So this is 0. And then leave that where it is. We just want to the height. Just go out like that. There we go. And then the radius, we can bring that down just a little bit. And then I'll bring it down on the Y. Oops. Just a little bit. Let's say 7 there. And then we can bring this up on the radius just a little bit. And then maybe this is 7.5. There we go. Maybe just there. Yeah. Okay. That's not quite it. Radius. Let's bring the radius up just a bit. I guess we could just bring this up like this. Right? There, now we cover everything. Now we should have a better capsule in the front. There we go. Yeah, there we go. We don't get stuck on things as much. Man, we're just having no good luck today with streaming, apparently. Whee! Now we need to do independent suspension for each and every single one of the wheels, because the front suspension is way off. It the front suspension is actually maybe not. Let's get another camera going here. Let's get a camera. So what we want to do is check out this one, and then we'll overrides. We'll apply all. There we go. Beautiful. This back here we can make changes to. This back is wrong. There we go. I think we need a little less on the front, which is this one here. I think this needs to be up a little bit, and I think we can go like this maybe. This up just a little bit to there, and then we'll bring this down just a bit. And then this one here, we want to also make that change too. Just give it a little less radius there, and then we'll center up. Oops, this needs to be, wait, what? No. 90? There we go. 0. This needs to go up. 0.3. 0.35. Oh, wait. This is 0. Yeah. It's the Z axis that we wanted to change. There we go. There we go. That feels better. Whee! Beautiful. Okay, so now what we need is we need more settings. Yeah, the vehicle's feeling better and better. I think the vehicle definitely feels better than the Unreal version. Also, welcome back. Whee! The strangeness of reality. Yeah, Unreal was definitely a lot more. I think we need to the stiffness of the suspension is really weird right now because like I can't tell, like it's going really up and down, right? Like it's really all in on that, and it's slowly driving me insane. 4.7. Let's do 0.45. 0.45. Yeah, maybe that. 4.4. There we go. But yeah, the wheel suspension is so weird because like it's so soft. Even if I crank the suspension really, really high, like if I take the spring this and I say, so right now we're at 1500, and if I go to like 5000, right, it should be super stiff. Like the springs should like never move, and that's totally not what happens. We need a lot of dampening to prevent it from like springing all over the place. Let's say 300. Oh, that worked. That did it. I can feel it. You can feel it. I'm probably going to release a test drive for this because this should run on most people's systems now. The UE was like a lot heavier. It was so heavier in comparison, though. I want to put more stuff in here. So you're not just driving around in like an open world, right? Whatever this is, it's very smooth. It is definitely smooth. It's beautiful. You got the counter steering and everything. It's beautiful. Feels right. You mean it looks like it feels right? I'm fucked up. What have you been drinking, by the way? You said you were drunk. Wee. I don't really converse unless I'm fucked up. That's fair, I suppose. It's strange. That's not that strange. There's lots of people like that. Pre to create a game object. Let's create a 3D cube, right? And this should have a rigid body attached to it. Then when I hit play, that should fall. And I believe I should be able to hit it. Yeah, sweet. There we go. Wee. So I don't really try to explain my inner workings anymore. People misunderstand super fast. My mentality is quite strange. If I try to explain it, people misunderstand super. Hey, I get that. People misunderstand the fuck out of me all the time. So I get it. Like Gaz misunderstands me all the time. It's rare that Gaz doesn't misunderstand me. I think it's mostly the 3D community that misunderstands me the most. Most of the dev community doesn't misunderstand me that much. It is what it is, right? Okay, we're gonna create a parent here. Create empty parent. And then we're just gonna put this one here under that. And then we're gonna move her over here like so. We're gonna see how many of these girls we can get wandering around here. There we go. This is the true method to my madness. How many of these do you think that you can have running on your computer before it explodes? You think we can do this many? Do you think this is too many? There we go. Is it going to be buttery smooth, or is it going to like tank my FPS? Stats. Well, my FPS is definitely tanking. Because there's a massive number of look at that. Okay, we definitely found some issues in our physics calculations here. Look at that, batches go just drop. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Ah, batches really high. And then our wheels, when we have really high batches and whatnot, they start doing funky things. Now our batches are pretty low. These girls are all supposed to be executing on the GPU. Are they executing on GPU? Are they GPU bound or CPU bound? Because they're supposed to be baked. Yeah, they're supposed to be baked. Yeah. From animator. Always animator. Let's try that. See if she still updates correctly. Oh, wait, I only did it on one of them. But yeah, no, my FPS is tanked. Just gone. Gone with the wind. So there's definitely a problem. And that's definitely not good. You know, it's still fucking with my wow. Okay, so it still wants always animating. Interesting. I don't know why it's so bad. It's probably the random move script, to be honest. CPU just getting pounded. Look at that chunk. I don't know how I feel about that. Because like the second that you get, yeah, the second that it gets leggy, you jitter so much. That's gonna be a problem. Fuck. Let's try doing a build and run. Let's see if it will build and run properly. The other thing is it could be the draw count, because each one of those girls has like 5 or 6 different freaking textures, which is kind of stupid in my opinion. It's too many. And like they don't need 3 eye textures for what we're using them for. We can get away with one. We can get away with like a face that has the eyes on it at this point, honestly, because like you're never close enough to actually see the eyes. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the link. What is this? I'll have to take a look at it later. Okay, is it running? It is running. Here we go. Yeah, okay. So it's an in-editor issue, because this runs really nice and smooth. The girls even look better. Wow. Still have that weird culling issue, but like this is okay. Like, okay, so it's an in-editor problem. Now, as soon as we fix the culling issue, then we can move on. What's going on here? Oh, wait. Here, that's some fucky right there. Look, watch this. When I come over into this area, there's a lot of fuckiness. And you know what? I think I know what that is. I think that's their rigid bodies. I think that's their bodies. Physics debug display. Yeah, that's what we want. Watch this. It's going to be a bunch of bodies just in the middle there. Wait, where's my debugs? Huh? You know what? Maybe I need to do it from her? Okay, now we hit play and I should see it, I think. Because we were using this to figure out where she was last time. But now it's not drawing it. Yeah, like there's definitely something here. Game. No, I want the game. Why can I not see the... I want to see my stuff. Why am I not seeing my physics debugs? Where's my drawings? Watch this. I'm gonna go into the center and we're gonna start moving. Our tires are just gonna like go all over the fucking place. There we are. Here. So there's a bunch of things here. There's a bunch of collisions here. I don't know what they are. But I can't tell what they are because it's not drawing anything. Okay, so we stop that. All of these don't do anything with them. Now it works. It's not working now, obviously. Why? Because I don't know. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there we go. Her her body just collapsed. That's why. And if I go over to her, I wonder if it's the if I go kinematic. If I make these all kinematic, if that will fix the problem. Because kinematic should stop the stop it from going into ragdoll, right? And the problem is that she's going into ragdoll, which is not what we want. We have 2 more of these that we have to do. This one and this one when we can. Dun 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 dun. There we go, scene. Interesting. Her bones aren't moving with her. Her arms are moving. That's weird. That's really weird. I don't know what's going on here, but I don't like it. Okay, wait. I think it's because her arms are kinematic. Sorry, not kinematic. So they Oh, you know what? Okay, so if I do that. Okay, so let's try putting everything back. It was this one, the head, the shoulder. No, not that one. This one? Yeah, and then the lower arm? Yeah. And then this would be the upper and the lower. Then we do the upper leg, the lower leg. There. And then we just make sure that all of this is not kinematic. Hit save. Go back to scene and hit play. All of it's red. Okay. So there's one of them that need like okay. That's weird. Cuz she is my example, right? There's my example and she's red all over. She has no green parts. So her entire body is flagged as not kinematic. We don't have root motion. So the only thing I can think of is something in the ragdoll controller, maybe? Any state, new state. And then this goes to new state 1. And then this goes to new state 2. And this is still an animation. And then this one goes to new state 0. So what I'm guessing is maybe it. I don't know. This is weird. So what if I make her entirely CPU bound? Will that change anything? I don't want to do that, but let's test it, see if that works. Yeah, because like here's mine, right? Okay, so if I look at her, she's GPU based. What if I do CPU based? I don't want to do CPU based. That's the thing. Like I want her not to be CPU based. I think that's it. I think because she has kinematic bones that she has to be CPU based. Yeah. Okay. Fuck. Uh okay. That that makes complete sense. That actually makes so effectively. Yeah, okay. So what happens if I bring in all of these? Like what's going to happen to my stats? I think it's just going to wreak havoc on everything. Right? So like if I do the debugger and then we come back to her, the regular one. Oh no, yeah, we just moved her right there. There we go. We come back to her herself, and we want to make sure that we take off this debug physics. Altogether, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, all right, let's go to scene and hit play. See what happens. This should be horrible. Stop. Stop. I did it wrong. This one here is the one that's supposed to be right. And we want to apply all. And we want her CPU. Yeah. Right. These all have to be done separately? No. Okay. Sweet. Okay. Here we go. And I think that should work. There she goes. She's walking. These ones are not. Okay. So what's different about her? What the fuck did I do? Oh, wait. These all need to be reverted. That's why. Save. Okay. Now we hit play and they should be walking. So they need to be CPU bound if we're going to have if we're going to have yeah. So if they have ragdoll possibilities, they need to be CPU bound. It's so bad. Okay. Damn it all. So this is like legitimately the problem right here. So I wonder if I can delete those without creating an issue. Because like effectively what we need to do is we need to remove all of these. Because we don't need the rigid body and all of that on her skeleton. Her skeleton does not require any of this. So I think what we do is we create a duplicate of her. Yeah. So we duplicate her. Go like this and duplicate. There. Then we move her up to the prefabs AI. Shaders, scripting, scenes, samples, meshes. Where's my prefabs? Yeah, this needs to go into the meshes. And this will be create folder characters. And then here we're going to duplicate her. This is going to be Rin School Ragdoll. This one's going to be Rin School. We're going to open up this one. Wait a ding dong moment. Interesting. So we go to the prefab AI, this one, right? So now we've got duplicate of her, so we can not worry too much. And then if I come into here, all I want to do is delete these colliders, right? Just turn them off. We don't need these rigid bodies or any of this, right? So all of this can go. Remove component. But I want to do this all at once. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the upper chest. Yeah. Head. Shoulder? No. Upper arm. Lower arm. Upper arm. Lower arm. The legs. Like that. And all we're going to do is we're just going to say remove component. Damn it. Do we have to do this one at a time? God damn it. Remove component. I don't think the other ones have anything. Yeah, they're just transforms. Okay. Remove component. Yeah, okay, so we just do this to all of these. There's the leg. Did we get the other leg? Yeah, we got the other leg. Okay. Remove component. God damn it. The joint requires it. Fuck you, joint. Remove component. Remove component. At least I understand why things were not working now. It does suck that this has to be like this. Because now I have to have two versions of everything. Of every character we want to be able to run over, you need two versions of it. One for the ragdoll and one for not having ragdoll. And I guess that's not the end of the world, right? We still have to fix the Falcrum issue with the camera, though, for culling. Because that's wrong at the moment, and we don't want that. There's the head. Move component. Remove component. Shoulders. Here's the upper arm. Goes to the lower arm. And now I think this gets rid of everything. No, the lower arm. Okay, we're almost there. Remove component. And then I think the last thing that I have to check is the hip. Because I don't think there's anything past lower arm. Yeah, there we go. No, the upper arm here. The lower arm's taken care of. The upper arm's not okay. So we remove the joint. We don't care about y'all joint. We're applying fucking transformations directly to the bones, bitches. Uh, the upper chest needs to be removed. There we go. Now I should be able to go in and update her prefab. So she is entirely um, GPU bound, and we shouldn't have any weirdness anymore. This physics debug I want to remove from her altogether, though. She does not need this. This should be on my truck. It should be on the truck and turned off on the truck, but it is currently not on the truck. Lots truck. It is not on the truck. Okay. Okay, good. Whew. Wait, that fixed the culling issue. They're being she's not being called incorrectly anymore because she's not CPU bound. She doesn't get called on the GPU. She gets called on the CPU. Okay, so this is Rin School Prefab. I really should have duplicated her before I did that. But whatever. Now we're gonna duplicate this. We're gonna say Rin School Ragdoll. This one's a CPU bound one. And I think this if I open this one, do I get all of my hips and stuff back? No, she has no ragdolls. So what we do is we open this one up and we go to my mesh characters. And we take this one here. And we pop that into this. This is the ragdoll one, right? Yeah, okay. Now if I go to the hip and everything like that, what? No. Wait, what? She's lacking literally everything. Ragdoll. Here's the hip. The middle spine is chest. Sorry, the middle spine is upper chest. Upper chest. We have the left hip. Just gonna go like that. There's the upper shoulder. It is the and this is the left upper shoulder. Lower arm. Right arm. Right shoulder. There. Then we want the upper leg left, lower leg, and foot. And do then upper right there and there. We go. And then this is 60. Now this one has the ragdolls. There we go. She has ragdolls. Look at that. Beautiful. But if I go back to scene, we still don't have ragdolls on any of the ones in the scene, which is the important thing. No ragdolls for you, motherfuckers. Red is dynamic and green is static. Look at that. Now, now we have a bunch of people walking, right? We have 416 bodies actually walking around. This will give us a build and run. Let's actually see what this looks like in a build and run, because this should be fucking seamless. Now, there should be like everything is perfect at all times. Made with Unity. just make an adult themed game and just have the made with Unity screen at the beginning. Oh, I'm sure Unity loves that. I know Unreal doesn't like that, but look at that. Look at that. So smooth, so great. Still no way to flip the car, but that's okay because it works. Booyah. Look at that. Oh, I'm so happy. Wee, wee. No physics. So I was looking into this, and you can inject physics into it and then have it swap out. But I'm still not sure how to get that swap. The vehicle's actually feeling good, so I'm for today at least. I'm kind of just gonna move on from that. So this is Rukan animation system, right? What we want to do now is we want to swap out to the ragdoll. Physics bodies get unparented by Unity physics. To work properly, will correctly animate an unparented bone entity. It is not immediately obvious that rigged bodies should be constructed in bone entity, not as child objects of bone entity. In the latter case, child entity will be unparented and lose connection with the animated bones. Please refer to simple physics sample scene for setup example. Simple physics? Chrono, welcome back. Check this out, dude. Check this the fuck out. Look at this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Whoa-bam! The vehicle feels better. I think I got the right stiffness for the truck, and I added some better sways for the truck by updating the center of mass. But look at that. She's walking. Yeah, no more calling issues. Do you want to take a guess at how many there are though? I think it's 400 and something. Is there a way to display the FPS, by the way? Like in this game mode? Oh yeah, by the way, she's just gonna walk out of bounds. Never to be seen from again, I think. Yeah, there. They just walk out of bounds. Because they have no collisions, no physics at all. It's great. Wait, was that one walking backwards? I could have swore I saw. Yeah, here these two are walking in place with each other or something. I wonder what's going on here. Oh, it's an asset store package. Blah. That's disappointing. I think this one's stuck as well. Do we have any stuck ones down here? Yeah, right there. Whee! It's free? Okay. As long as it's free. I'm already a little bit like sick of like buying assets from the asset store. I know I haven't really bought anything, like paid money for it, but I'm getting sick of it. Cuz like a lot of this stuff is like things that are just part of Unreal, and it just annoys me that they're not part of Unity. Like proper gizmos that are like just gizmos that are like just drawn into your scene while you're playing is like it's so weird that they don't have that, right? Like effective debugging seems to be something that they don't care about. And it's like, how am I supposed to visualize what things are supposed to look like if I don't have the tools to visualize them? Like, how do you not have an arrow? That confuses me. How do you not have an arrow? Right? Because like Unreal's got one. Unreal arrow. Yeah. So here, this is an arrow in Unreal, right? This does not render in a built version of the game. It doesn't even like you have to enable it to render if you want it to even render at all. Yeah, I was talking with an Unity dev at one point who was like a Unity fanboy to the point where it's like you can't talk about any of the negatives of Unity in front of this person because they'll be like, well, actually, like I built these games that didn't sell and are largely like just like slop games that I pumped out over the course of like, 2 or 3 years or something like that. And I've got so many games under my belt, and it's just like, that's cool, dude. It doesn't matter how many games you've made in the engine. The critiques about the engine itself are still critiques about the engine itself. Can we move on now, please and thank you? Right? Because it's like, yeah, I brought up that like they seem to use they seem to very much so use the the asset store, like you said, as a crutch. It's like, oh, there's no point in us building it because the asset store already has it and people can use that. And there's a and it's really hard to like be like that's the worst thing ever because like it's kind of not. Yeah, like to a certain degree, like I understand why they do it that way, but like I also think that some of these they should just buy out and put into the engine, or like just put into the engine, right? Like at some point this the you've got to be like this is so overwhelmingly popular that it needs to be part of our engine, right? I was looking at this the other day. Or last night actually. I believe it was last night because I was like looking at the not the asset store. Unity. I was looking at this, I think it was yesterday, last night, right? For the pricing and plans. And then you like learn more for Unity Pro, which is $200, fucking $200 per seat uh per month, right? That's insane. Hopefully new CEO can correct their path, but they just fired the AI behavior tree people. Oh God. I don't know if I'm going to be honest here on this one. I don't know if AI behavior trees are the way to go anyways. Right? Like I almost feel like some of the Unreal AI stuff is it's so ingrained in the system that like working outside of it is just painful. And it's just like their behavior system is not necessarily amazing. It was just an add-on package. Okay. Yeah, so like I was looking at this, right? We look at this, right? And we go Unity 5 features, right? And it's just like access expert service add-ons. Unlock to add-on services including premium technical support to do. But like specifically it was just like this itself does not really give me anything, right? Like there's not a huge amount here other than Havoc that I kind of actually want. Build server license capacity. Is this like an add-on I have to pay for this or something like that? I'm kind of confused on that one. Crash and error reporting. What the fuck? Crash and error reporting? Identify and resolve errors impacting your game stability. This is something that should just be part of the engine, base engine, right? Like I don't like that Unreal doesn't do this either, right? I think that they need something, but whatever. I guess they're hosting their, yeah, okay, maybe, okay, whatever. Monetize, grow your mobile, whatever. Where's the list? They had a list of like see all the plan stuff, right? You can see more information about it. Learn more, learn more, learn more. Where is it? They had a list of like all of these plugins that you get with this. Wait. What was this? Do I and or my team own the content I/we create in Unity? Oh yeah, okay, whatever. Where's that, like they had this whole thing, right? Where I was looking at this somehow yesterday. Learn more. Where they check out the full list. Here we go. Here we go. Achieve more faster. Unlock your game's potential faster with assets that help you or your team grow and reduce cost, complexity, and development time. It's like AI pathfinding. I'm sorry, if this needs to be a pro feature that's coming out of the asset store, that's made by a third party, right? If this is such a huge deal, this should just be part of the engine, right? This Odin stuff, it looks, from what I've seen, is that's just an add-on. Yeah, no, I know this is just an add-on, but like it's an add-on that shouldn't be an asset store add-on, right? Because I can go buy it right now, and then I don't need Pro, and I have access to it. So like, if this is so critical that if you feel the need to lock it behind a paywall, that you give it away because it's so critical to the Pro plan that it makes it enticing, then maybe you think you still need to pay for it in Pro. Really? That is not the vibe that I was getting right here. Then why are they showing these? Because like this what? I'm so confused. I thought this was like mm, I I thought one of the selling points of Pro was that it came with these plugins. Build 3D. Source code adept. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm just mm, uh okay. Is this like the plus means that it's an additional charge? I feel like it's an additional priority queue for customer service. Wait. Does Unity Pro come with asset store plugins? What? Okay. Assets for pros. This the way they laid this out is deceptive. The way they laid this out is fucking deceptive. And oh my god, that is such a shitty thing to do. They lay this out in such a way that it implies that you get these more pro favorites. What do you, who the fuck cares? If I don't get it for free, I don't care. Like some of these are probably great, right? Like I'll give you that. Some of these are probably great, right? Like this is probably a great one. A lot of people probably use it. Odin is probably great. I imagine. I'm just gonna go out on a limb. Whatever. But like, if I don't get these for free, why are they like? Why did I get here from checking out the full list? Right? Because like, then that means that this is if I go to here for learn more, right? Then there should be the where's the list of other stuff. Does that mean wait, does that mean that I need pro for this to work properly? Right? Like let's say that I want to get this. Do I need pro? Is there something in pro that I need? Why does Unity have to be so deceptive sometimes? See here. If your revenue or funding raised are more than 12 months, choose one of the subscriptions. More info here. I thought they bumped it. Yeah, it's so annoying. We'll continue with our seat-based subscription model. We're introducing changes to our subscription plans, and for the first time in 2 years, we're updating subscription pricing, which we will revisit annually. These pricing updates take effect January 1st and apply to new and current Pro and Unity Enterprise subscriptions upon purchase, renewal, or upgrade. Unity Personal will remain free. All amounts listed on the page are in US dollars. Ugh. Okay, never mind. I'm just getting worked up now. But there are entirely way too many things in the asset store that should just be part of the engine, in my opinion. Oh, I don't actually care about that. Like straight up just don't give a shit. Oh, that's interesting. Hmm. What teams did they hire and fire? Odin, I thought that Odin, like that the Pro was supposed to come with some Odin stuff. Oh, thank you for the subscribe. Much appreciated. What was the name there? Of course, I don't think it's gonna pop up, is it? No. Fucking great. Pro Builder team, Text Mesh Pro guy, Pro Builder team, Bolt team. The Bolt team? What was Bolt again? I remember hearing about Bolt. Oh, right. That's their visual scripting thing. I thought that the Bolt team didn't so much get fired as like they rolled it into another team. Like I would, because the product's still there, right? YouTube's Oh, they could have, yeah. Because yeah, like if they completely get rid of the developers for Bolt, they would need to they would need to rip that out of the product at some point, right? Because it wouldn't be keeping up. So I think more or less it's like they rolled it in because they felt like it was feature complete enough as a single project, so they rolled it into another team. Or like it got rolled into the they let features die out. Oh, I could totally see that, but it's weird. I don't know. Unity does weird things. What was the other one here that I wait? So they're not making text mesh anymore? Or is that unmaintained now? I think it kind of is, but I have not seen anything on updates for it. Okay. Huh. It's just weird. Yeah, whatever. They bought they bought out the guy who did the dots controller, and that got rolled in, right? And they have a nav mesh now. So I think A star is actually being added to the engine. I don't even fucking know though. Bone attachments. Anime writes animated bone positions back to the local transform component of the corresponding bone entity. No special parameter position step is needed to work on bone or attachments properly. Just make the attachment's entire entity a child of. Just make the attachment entity a child of the required bone. Simple physics. That's what we want. Simple physics. Here, simple physics. Bone attachment. Hope the new guy fixes stuff. I imagine he will. Just a matter of giving him time, right? I've got to. I'm trying to figure out how to enable a ragdoll. So effectively, what we have to do is we need to have. What's this do? I don't understand what's going on there. Yeah, the ragdoll stuff is very confusing. Right? So we have these, but I'm trying to figure out like what causes them to like what's causing the ragdoll itself, right? And they have this ragdoll controller, right? But if I open up this, there's nothing special in the states that I can see that says, "Hey, after you're done this, do a ragdoll." So the run forward. I wish I could. I wish that I could actually see these. I miss I miss that about Unreal as well, that I can actually like look at things in Unreal, and in here you can't. Oh, I think I get it. No, we want. Let's see if this fixes it. Let's see if this changes it. Nope. What? No, I wanted ragdoll. Yeah, here. Oh, here we go. There we go. I didn't see that. Keep all skeleton bones entities. Automatically strip unreference bone entities. Wait. No, that's not it. Yeah, no, that's not what I was looking for. I'm trying to figure out what's dictating the ragdoll. Right? Because like there's nothing specifically here. And then this the rig definition authoring is part of everything, right? If I do this and we do ragdoll. There's nothing specific about the ragdoll. I don't know. I thought maybe like it was a box or something like that, but it doesn't seem to be. Why can't I move the camera? That's weird. Oh, bam. Okay, so it's doing a thing, but I don't understand why it's doing the thing. I thought maybe this was the issue, like that it went to none, right? But but maybe not. Like what if I remove these? So let's make a let's okay, one, let's put this back. Can I clear this? There we go. There. And this kind of goes back. If I come back in here to ragdoll and we take this and we duplicate it, we can take a look here. This is the new one, right? This is the one we just did. We just want to delete all of these, and I don't even want this run state to happen. Can I just do what's making this a different color? Is that just like oh, it's because it needs something, right? Okay, so now if I go back to the scene and hit play, what happens? Right. Now what happens? Okay. Yeah, so when it transitions okay, so yeah, when it transitions to something that doesn't have anything on it, they ragdoll. Yeah. Yeah. No, perfect. Okay, so click on the animation on the model you want to see. What? Oh, I don't think it works. Now, behind your camera. Covering it on system. Like, like, like behind where I'm sitting? Like down here? Oh, there it is. Will that show the... Oh, it does. It shows every... I didn't even know that was a thing. Fucking fix the problem right there. Hey, look. Right there. It's an arrow. They have an arrow. There's an arrow. Look, there's an arrow in the animation, and they won't give me access to it. Fucking Unity. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to do a collision detection on the walk. And if the vehicle is going to hit them, then we trigger an event. Oh, we don't actually want on collision. We want like an overlap. Is there actually an on collision though in dots? I thought I saw code and then it disappeared. It's because I saw code and then it disappeared. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Now I think that is in the tutorial from CodeMonkey. What? Oh, it's like that's not him. Um, CodeMonkey dots, of course.
Let's go ahead and save. And back here in Unity, let's modify the authoring component and make it move at a speed of maybe 5. Okay. Now let's hit on point C. Maybe there it is. Now our system is only applying to that unit. It is not applying to the cube. It is not applying to the channel mesh and anything. No, it is only running exactly on the thing that we want. So it is only running on the entity that has both a local transform and a move speed component. By the way, we can also edit this value in real time. So over here, I can click and drag and modify it, and yep, it does work. And also if we're in the other inspector, so let's go in runtime mode. So here is all the components, move speed, and I can also play with this, and yep, all the changes work. Now this is another example of dots data-oriented design in action. We can very easily modify the data, and then by doing that, when the system move positions later on. But for now, let's just enable this so we don't have any issues. And make sure you make this a trigger directly over here on the prefab. So it should apply to all units and not just this one unit. Okay. Now we can duplicate them. So let's duplicate a bunch of them, position them a bit like this, just having a bunch of different units. Okay, great. And if we test, yep, they're also moving, click, and yep, all of them go towards start position. Okay, great. But that's actually a problem. All of them are moving. Now in an RTS game, you really want the player to be able to control which units to move instead of just moving all of them all the time. So we need some way to tag some units as being either selected or deselected. Then when giving the move order, when doing that, we can make sure to only give those move orders to the units that are actually selected. Now when it comes to tagging units, we have multiple options. The first one is with a simple component tag. Let's create one just to see how that works. So in our authoring starts folder, let's go ahead create. And by the way, for making a new authoring component, we can create a model behavior script and go through that whole writing process, or we can go over here into entities, and this one already has a Baker script. So let's see this one, just see what this template has. Let's call this the selected authoring. Okay, let's open and see. And yeah, this is what it creates by default. So it creates a model behavior class and then creates a second, a Baker class, and implements Baker and the bake method. Now, honestly, personally, I still prefer the format that I have over here. I think this one makes it look a little bit cleaner. So I've got the authoring class, it has the public, everything looks nice and proper. We've got the Baker class inside of it, and then the component down here. So technically you can use this template if you want, but me personally, I prefer this format over here. So I'm going to basically follow this. So we're here on this one. First of all, I like to be explicit, so let's make it as public. Then we've got the model behavior. Then inside we've got the Baker class. I like to call this one just Baker and make it public. Okay, so yeah, but again, personal preference. Personally, I prefer this format. Okay, so now let's make our actual component. Let's make the usual thing. So this one needs to be a struct. Then for name, let's call it selected, and then we implement iComponent data. And that's it. That's all it takes. Here we have just a tag component, meaning it's a normal component, a normal iComponent data, and it simply does not have any fields at all. It really just exists so it can be used to tag objects. Then over here on the bake, we really just set it. So let's grab the entity. Let's call get entity. And for the transform usage flags, let's default to using dynamic. Okay. Then we call add component. We're going to add a component onto this entity, and it's going to be a new selected component. Yeah, that's it. Super simple. We've got our authoring component, we've got the baker, and we just add our component, which does not have any fields. So this one is just a tag component. Let's go ahead and save this. And now let's add that component to the unit. And also again, make sure you select the prefab so that it applies to all units. So don't add it to just one of these units. Let's add it to the prefab itself. So over here, let's drag the select authoring component. Yep, just like that. And just like this, we can already see what that does. So let's select. Hello and welcome, I'm your CodeMonkey. In this lecture, we're going to handle the logic for selecting just one unit. And the way we're going to do that is with a raycast. If it hits a unit, then we select just that one unit. So this means that we're going to need to learn about how to do physics queries using dots. Okay, so we already have the selection area working. I can select a bunch of units, do a little square, and select all the units within that area. Then I can just give them orders, something like that. However, we cannot easily just select just one, so I click on this one. Nope, doesn't work. I need to do at least a select square in order to be able to select. So let's call this. Hello and welcome, I'm your CodeMonkey. In this lecture, we're going to learn one way for how we can handle events in dots, meaning how to know that something happened in a specific frame. One way we're going to use this is to make sure that our visual selection logic only actually updates when it needs to update. Okay, so here let's learn how to do dots events. Events are one of my favorite tools in programming. In my games, I use events a ton to keep my code nice and clean and minimize code coupling as much as possible. With normal C# events, you can keep one class completely decoupled from the other one. Usually the main way that I use them is to separate the UI code and the logic class, like we already saw in this course. This way, the UI class is technically coupled to the logic class, since it does need to have that reference. But the logic class, this one is completely decoupled from the UI class. It does not know that any UI class exists anywhere, does not know and does not care. This is really awesome and helps you quite a lot in managing code complexity. The more decoupled your code is, the better it is. So events are awesome. However, since dots is that oriented, that means events are actually quite tricky to do. Usually when working with an event, you access some kind of object reference, then you listen to that event, and the event itself is a delegate, which is another object. So in dots, we're not working with objects, so we can't use delegates or references or anything like that. Instead, we need to figure out some way of doing a data-oriented events. Now, this was actually really tricky for me to figure out how to do events without objects. I tried doing some research, but couldn't find much on the topic of data-oriented events. So I'm not 100% sure if my approach is the best one possible, but it does work quite nicely. So let's see. Since we cannot have objects and attach listeners to events, instead, let's define a component, and that component is have a bunch of booleans. Then we are simply going to turn those booleans into true whenever some event happens, and then at the end of the frame, we're going to raise all those booleans. Then if we want to essentially listen to an event, we just need to play some system to read.
Okay, so Unity dots events. Difference between ECS. Starting to get warm. I think Stealth State Machine ECS. We'll come back to that. ECS job dependencies. Collisions and triggers in dots. literally
Hello everybody
what
and
we're
welcome
looking
to
for.
today's video where I'm going to be talking about some physics events using the new Unity Physics and Unity Havoc Physics packages. So specifically going over things like triggers and collision events. So of course these types of things are very commonly used within the Unity game engine. Of course if you're familiar with Unity you may have used the onTriggerEnter and onCollisionEnter functions like that. So today I'm going to be showing you how to do basically the dots and ECS equivalent of that. Now by the way, if you are interested in the Unity data-oriented technology stack and entity component system, then I highly recommend checking out our Discord community because over there we have a whole bunch of Unity ECS and dots developers, and so that'd be a great place for you to go ask questions and kind of get some help on what you're developing, just kind of share some knowledge and cool little tidbits you found along the way through developing with these systems. Anyways, if you do find this video helpful, I'd really appreciate it if you hit that like button. Also feel free to subscribe to the channel for lots more videos on new features coming to the Unity game engine. Of course, if you have any questions for me or suggestions for future videos, feel free to leave those down in the comment section below. But let's go ahead and jump on into the video. Now, spoiler alert, this is not the scene that we're actually going to be starting in. I just thought that looked a little bit cooler than the one that we're starting in. So this is actually the scene that we're starting in. This, of course, is part of the Unity ECS samples. This is part of the physics samples, and this is under the 2D events folder. Of course, that's not two-dimensional, but rather it's just 2 and then the letter D. And so this is the trigger scene here. And by the way, I'd just like to mention that I'm using Unity version 2019.3.10, and these are the packages that I have installed. Of course, you need to enable preview packages. The easiest way that I found to get all these is just to install the hybrid renderer, and that should basically give you all the entities packages and everything like that you need. Of course, you're also going to need the Unity physics packages, and if you'd like, optionally, you can add in the Havoc physics for Unity package. So anyways, this is the scene that we're starting out in. You can see that basically we have these kind of like 2 red boxes, and these are basically going to be our triggers. Now what's going to happen is anytime one of these spheres here enters one of these trigger boxes, then it's going to flip its gravity. So if you enter this top box here, then it's going to put the gravity downwards, and if you enter this bottom box down here, it's going to force the gravity upwards. So go ahead and hit play, and you can see what's going on here. So basically it's pretty straightforward, but it's just changing the gravity physics components here. And notice the 2 spheres in the middle, they actually started with no gravity at all. Basically they just kind of like got knocked into the box when the initial spheres hit them. Of course, as you can see, the gravity component is continually being modified. So anyways, you can find the spheres under this dynamic bodies here. You'll see that these are all just called the dynamic object with gravity factor. And you'll see, of course, they have a physics shape, nothing too interesting there, but they do have a physics body, which is set to a motion type of dynamic. You'll see the gravity factor of this one is set to 0.99. The 2 down in the middle here, you'll see that the gravity factor is set to 0, and the one down at the bottom is set to a gravity factor of 0.99. Although when we hit play, because it is already inside this trigger, that's going to get flipped. So basically it would be a value of -0.99. And of course, as per usual with ECS, they do have the convert to entity script on them. Now then, we can actually go into the triggers. So you'll see that we have the gravity factor of +1 and the gravity factor of -1. All right, so if we look at, say, this top box here, you'll see that on the physics shape, one thing that we have changed is the is trigger box is checked. Again, we don't want things to collide with this. This is basically just going to be a trigger so that when something with a collider enters it, then we can, modify the gravity component of it. And then moving along to the physics body, you'll see that it's actually set to a motion type of static, and that's because, of course, it doesn't need to be a dynamic body because it's just static. It's staying in the world, and that's kind of all we need for this simple little trigger setup. Of course, it does have the convert to entity script on it, set to convert and destroy. And then lastly, we have this custom script here called the trigger gravity factor authoring script. So you'll see that the gravity factor is set to 1, and then the damping factor is set to 0.99. So we have both of these values because we're actually not only going to be setting the gravity factor, but we're also going to be setting the damping factor too. And then so if we go down to the gravity factor -1, which is the cube down on the bottom, you see that it's basically has the same setup. The only difference is going to be this gravity factor value is set to -1. So that's kind of where we can specify how strong we want the gravity to be. So for example, if we change this gravity factor to say -10, you'll see that now when we hit play, anytime anything enters in there, the gravity factor just goes way up. So it just shoots those things way up high. Anyways, I'll go ahead and set that back to the default, and we can pop open some code here. So this is basically the code. It's not too complicated. Of course, it is going to be a little bit more complicated than a simple onTriggerEnter function, but we're getting a whole lot of performance out of it, so that's pretty cool. So first here's where we just define the data component. Of course, we just have 2 public float values, one for the gravity factor and one for the damping factor. Next, we have our custom authoring script. I've done some videos with custom authoring script in the past, but basically this is how we can actually assign values within the Unity editor, and then from there it generates a data component and then assigns that data component to whichever entity this script is sitting on. And then down here, all within the same script, we have our main system. Of course, you'll see that this is set to update after the end frame physics system. Basically, after the physics system is already ran, we're going to check for any potential collisions. All right, so in here, just in the onCreate function, we're basically just going to set up references to the build physics and step physics world. We also set up a trigger group, but we actually don't even use the trigger group, so there's no real need for us to put that in here. But that's how we can basically get the trigger group. We can just look for everything with the type of trigger gravity factor, which of course is the name of the data component that we do.
Okay, I think I understand for the most part here. Unity dots triggers, trigger events. Oh, I think you did a new one. No, that's somebody else. Trigger events in Unity. Oh, somebody did do a new one.
Hey y'all, so this video I'm going to make into 2 parts, but essentially what we're aiming to do is to add a particle effect to a foot step inside of an environment. I'm thinking something like water splashing, something simple, but the idea is that we need to trigger that through checking for if the foot area has collided with the ground.
Oh no, this
So
is
the
just regular Unity. Event state test. Oh no, this is stress test. I don't care about that. Can we not blur these? Like, come on, guys. To do 2022. Okay. I decided I wanted to try all kinds of different approaches to the dots events and profile them to better understand the pros and cons of each. I'm dumping my findings here. Useful. the test, I've decided to use damage events as a common use case across all of my approaches. We create X health entities and create Y damage entities. For each health entity, each damager creates a damage event that will apply damage to a target health entity. So this means a single health entity can receive multiple individual damage events at the same time, in the same frame. Open the stress test scene in the project in the project in the subscene. You will find a stress test object where you can configure how many health entities spawn in. For each approach, we test with 5,000 health entities. And for each approach, we look at the profiler when each health receives a damage event every frame. BS will, when no damage events are sent, this is so we can compare compare the constant overhead of each approach with no changes. Okay, so here we go. A parallel job makes each damage write a damage event to a native stream. A single thread job writes each damage event from the stream to a dynamic buffer on its target entity. A parallel job pulls damage event buffers for event processing. Profiler when each health receives one damage event every frame. So we want to go for whatever his lowest is. Right now it looks like this one. There is actually, for us, there is actually a right answer. Parallel job makes each damager write a damage event to a native stream. A single threaded job writes events to a hash map. A parallel job iterates events from the native hash map. Some entities always end up on the same thread and applies them. I don't know. I'll be right back. Be like 10 seconds here, or a minute or so. While I'm gone, though, I'm going to run a bunch of ads so we have less ads when I get back. Oh, no. I am back, and we're still. Oops. Oops. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. Do, 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 do. My community is back. What? Okay, now we have no ads for like an hour. Run 1 minute of running. Whatever. Okay, let's see here. Raycast start end. All our closest interaction. Collider cast. I feel like the overlap queue is the one that I want to do, right? Finds all bodies within the bounds box overlapping in a given area. Overlap queue, yeah. Unity dots overlap queue. Overlap queue example. No, this isn't dots. Here we go.
Hello everyone, today we'll see how we can place towers in our tower defense game using the physics package and input system package. So if you downloaded the code from the GitHub repository linked in the description below and imported it into your project, you will have a bunch of errors like this, and that's because we didn't actually, during the setup, import the physics package and input package. So you can go to the package manager and open the Unity registry, search for physics, and import the Unity.
No, that's not it. Damn it. What's ECB?
Hello everybody, and welcome to today's video. We're going to be talking about another frequently used and important concept of Unity's entity component system, which is entity command buffers. Now, entity command buffers work very similar to entity managers, where we can modify entities by instantiating them, destroying them, adding, removing, and modifying components, all sorts of fun stuff like that. However, entity command buffers do address some of the issues with entity managers, which we talked about in the previous video that I did on entity managers. Now, you don't necessarily need to have watched the entity managers video before watching this video, but I do think it will provide kind of some extra context about how all this stuff works. So feel free to just open it up in a new tab. I'll leave a link down in the description below. You can check it out afterward.
Use shader components. Ooh. Netcode. Let's see if he's got anything here. Videos. Turbomate. Dots builder. Let's see here. Dots all month. Unity dots community challenge. No, I'm not seeing anything that I want from this. I just want the overlap. Like, why is that so hard to find just a quick example? Here we go. Firstly, I need a physics sphere component to the object. Add a physics sphere component you want to interact with. Let's say entity A and entity B. Next, search for collision responses. Drop down field. And so wait. Next, search for collision response drop down field and select raise trigger events. Options for wait, that's a thing. Okay, let's go back. We're gonna come back to here and go to our scene. We're gonna go to our prefab. I'm gonna do that. We're gonna go to our scene, our test scenes. This is our driving one, right? There we go. We want the player truck. We do not want this enabled. This is fine for now. And then we hit pull. Okay, so now we go to our prefabs. And we want, this one is, yeah, nothing. Okay, so this is the one that we want. We do need to go back to our scene and we need to make sure that she is ragdolling correctly. All right, so I'm going to get rid of her and I just want her to ragdoll. There. And then for this, I want the ragdoll one. So we're going to create a duplicate. And we're going to open this. We're going to do ragdoll. And then this, we want to get rid of this. Is there a way to just clear this? Can I just clear it? I can't clear it, can I? There we go. Can I rename this? I can. Start ragdoll. Okay, there we go. And then we go back to here. We want my AI. This is the ragdoll one. And then we want to go to the humanoid controller there and we want the ragdoll one. We drop that in there. We hit save. And then when we hit play now, she should fall to the floor. I don't think she fell. Oh, right. Is she CPU or GPU bound? I can't remember. This is the ragdoll one, right? Yeah. We don't actually care about this at all. So we can remove this. They're not going to, that's not going to matter. These are all correct. So, okay, so effectively, if I go in now, she should just fall, right? And she doesn't. Can you work, please? Yeah, maybe. I wonder if we need a animation at all, right? Like maybe that's the problem. Like we need some level of animation. Or maybe we need to create an empty here, and then we do this, and we I do agree, but it is what it is. Make transition there. There, okay. Save. Okay, let's go back to the scene and grab our dots player truck and do the visual debug, and then we'll hit play. We should get an idea of what's going on here. Oh, she's not working at all. She should be entirely red, and she is not red. So that's the problem right there. There's the problem. Look, she's all green. And she's supposed to be red, like this girl. Grab a can of spray paint. Yeah, that's the right thing to do. Okay, so what's the issue? So why is she not red? Can I have an extra scene? Add tab scene. And then can I lock this? Oh, yeah. That's okay. I didn't actually want that. That's fucking terrible. Okay. Yeah, so I just have to go back and forth because the game doesn't allow for it. Okay, so if I click on her, right? And then we go to her skeleton. We go to her hips. Her hips will tell us what we need. So her hip is red. Sphere collider, rigid body. So I go to mine, and what do I get? There's my rigid body. My rigid body is the same. I have a box collider instead of a sphere collider, but that shouldn't matter. It actually probably should still be a should be a sphere collider, not a box collider, but whatever. So what's the problem? Why are you showing up as green? Oh, that's why. we figured it out. Need a sticky note for that? Yeah, pretty much. It's like, why is it not working? You know, it helps if she's part of the sub scene. She's a dots component, it will probably work better. There we go. So now the question is, can we run her? Actually, I guess we can't run her over, right? But effectively, what we want is we want to have a situation where she's there, and then we swap her out with like she's just a regular person, and we swap her out with a ragdoll when we get close enough. Yeah, we got it. We got it working. Check this out. If you want to see something cool, this is the cool stuff right here. This runs really well outside of editor, by the way. Doesn't run super great in the editor, but that's fine. But this runs super well outside the editor. Dun, 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 dun. Every now and then, though, we've got one of those. I don't know why that's happening, but it's definitely a thing. And I think it's because they get they spawn inside of each other or something like that. I don't know. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need a create 3D object, create an empty 3D object. Dots trigger. What is this? Unity on trigger enter message. It's definitely not that one. World get or create system end simulation entity command buffer system. Firstly, I need to add a physics shape component object you want to interact with. Okay, so this one here is a create a 3D object. Wait, no. It's a physics shape, right? Physics shape. Yeah, there. Why the fuck is it so big? Oh, that's why. There we go. And what we want to do is we're just going to make it about the same size as her. But we don't actually wait, we don't want this to be, we want this to be a sphere. There we go. Because spheres are cheaper than boxes. I feel like one, maybe? Yeah, because it doesn't need to be particularly big. Maybe even 0.75 might be worth it. We don't want it. I hate how slow Unity is. Man, slow ass engine sometimes. There we go. That's about right. Okay, there we go. That's about right. And then we can bring this down a bit more. There we go. That's about right there. Yeah. Perfect. We'll just bring that over here like so. And then what we want to do is do an on trigger. Why is that so? Because boxes have 4 points that need to be tested for, and spheres have 1 point with a radius. So yeah, so if I have a box, right? Like it totally doesn't make sense until you really think about it, right? Right? So if I have a box, I have to check this, this, and this. If I have another box that overlaps, right? Against this, right? Like I have to know this, and this location, and then I can check to see if anything is within is if it's greater than this in the up direction, but less than this in the sideways direction. But then it also has to be greater than this one, and like there's a lot more checks, and then this has to be also less than this one, and then we have to do, and then we can do, and then we need to know the position of this one. Like you need to check all the points. Where with a sphere, right? If I have a sphere here, oops, not red. I wanted white. So I have a sphere that overlaps this, right? Oh, I want white. Then if I take this, we have a point in the center of the sphere, right? And then we have a radius out from the sphere, right? So effectively, if I have this sphere, right? Then when I want to check whether or not we're colliding with this box here, we still have to do all the checks for the box. But in order to find out if we're colliding with this, right, we can just be like, hey, here's a point, right? Is this point within this sphere, right? So we take this point here and we say, hey, we have this, and is it within X number of pixels of it? No, spheres are the cheapest thing that you can use for collision detection. All right, so the math here is if I have the center of this, right? The center of the sphere, right? We take the sphere point, we'll just call it P for point, and then the radius is R, right? And then we have the four corners. Right? The four corners of this. So let's take this one here is going to be BP1, right? Box point 1. So if we take box point 1, in order to check whether or not it's inside of this sphere, we just have to check whether or not this point how close this point is to this point, right? So we say, hey, BP1, right? The distance to BP from BP1 to P needs to be less than the radius. And that's all we're checking. So if we have two spheres that need to overlap, right? Like this sphere and this sphere. And they both have center points, right? And a radius. So then all we have to check is this radius and this radius, do they intersect? Right? Oh, they do? Okay, we're there. Right? Yeah, so spheres are the cheapest thing that you can use for collision detection. Because like we're not drawing the polys, right? So like if you're in CAD, CAD's going to have to treat this differently because CAD's going to have to still draw the polys of the sphere, right? They're not, no, because you don't need to actually calculate the sphere at all. Because the sphere itself doesn't matter. You only need to calculate the sphere when you're drawing a sphere, right? So I can figure out effectively like, so if I have 2 points, all I need to figure out is the distance between the 2 points and check whether or not that distance is less than the radius. Yeah. But our radius is the radius is just the distance between here and the end and the outer limits of the circle. It doesn't even matter if it's up or down, right? It's just if I have this point and I calculate the distance between them, right? It will give me a float, right? So now I've got a number, right? This distance might be like 0.9, right? And my radius might be 1, right? So is 0.9 less than 1? If true, we're colliding. That's why spheres are really cheap. Because we don't have to worry about any other details about the sphere, right? Now, spheres get complicated when you're actually rendering them, right? Like if you have to render a sphere, that's complicated. If you have to like actually draw the sphere itself, that's also substantially more complicated, right? 2 verts and a distance. Exactly. It's 2 verts and 1 distance, and the distance between them and then you just check that against the radius and you're done. With a box, you have to check 4 points to make sure that they're between each other. Effective, like you have to do all this like extra math to figure out am I between these 4 points effectively, right? So it's like, is this point between this point, this point, this point, and this point? If yes, then I'm colliding, right? So it's substantially more checks, right? So it's like AABB, right? AABB is the bounding. So I think there's a cheaper way to do it now. Like there's a cheaper way to do it that makes it closer to a sphere. But spheres are still the cheapest just because it's 2 points in there. You take 2 points, you distance them, and then you check against the radius, and you're done. It's so cheap. I 100% thought the exact same way as you, and I was talking to a friend that's done a lot more game dev than me, and I was like, wait, shouldn't a sphere be a lot more expensive than a box? Like a box should be the simplest thing to check against. He's like, no, because all a sphere is 2 points in a radius and you're done. And it's just like, oh, you know what? That makes so much sense. It's like the second you put it that way, it's just like, oh, I see how this math makes sense now. It's also like the least error prone way of doing calculations, right? Chrono, we were talking about, you missed it. We were talking about how collision detection is cheaper on spheres than it is on boxes. Because the math is so much simpler. Yeah, it's literally just a distance check. Take 2 points, distance them, and then check to see if it's less than the radius of the sphere. I guess to check the distance between if 2 spheres are colliding, right? So that would be for if you're checking against a square. But if two spheres are colliding, you would take the 2 points, right? So point 1 and point 2. Oops. And P2, right? And you would take the radius here of one of them, right? And you would move the point in the direction of the other one. And then you would do the distance check. Or Or actually, what might be even better is if you take the 2 points, you add the radiuses together, and do a distance check off of that. You know what? That actually would make more sense. So you take the radius of 0.1, right? The 0.1 radius plus the 0.2 radius, right? And then you would distance the 2 points together, get the distance, and then you would check to see if it's less than the 2 radius. "3D graphics and 3D math seem a..." Well, no. So it's not 3D math. It's 3D graphics and distance checking. Like 3D graphics and physics calculations are very different than each other. Right? So anytime because what, like, they're both complicated and very difficult to pull off. It's just one you have to think one way, and the other one you have to think a different way. Because, like, if you're drawing to the screen, a box is the simplest thing that you can do because there's no curves. Because curves are expensive in 3D graphics, right? But boxes are not. There are things that line up very well, though. But that's one of the reasons why there's more than just this reason, but that's why one of the reasons why capsules are very popular. Right? Because if you look at a capsule, all it is 2 spheres, right? And a cylinder. Well, so it's 3, right? But it's more like this. You've got a point here, a point here, a point here, and a point here. And then when you overlap, when you overlap, what you need to check is so you have your point here, right? You're checking to see, and a point here, right? For all intents and purposes. Actually, no, that point wouldn't need to exist at all. It doesn't matter. So you would check to see whether or not this point is between the topmost point and the bottommost point. Actually, I don't know if you would even, maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. Yeah, I don't know if you would even need that, right? It might just be 2 spheres that effectively just need to be computed, right? And then it's 2 additional checks, right? So you check for the verticality, and then you check for the radius, and then you're done. So as long as the verticality lines up, then the radius would just needs to be checked, and then you're done, right? And that would give you a sphere. Yeah, because the top of the sphere can only ever be the top of the sphere, right? So you have the top of the sphere point, the bottom of the sphere point, which is your height, and then you would just and then you've got your radius, which is the entire circumference of everything. So yeah, you could probably do it with just effectively is it between this and this height and this height, and then or in between this height and on this axis effectively, and then you just check for radius. I wouldn't be able to write out the math off the top of my head. I'd have to like actually sit down and test it. I feel like this has been updated. Based on the reply. Hmm. How old is this?
So here
Ooh, this 1 year.
is an entities sample called the tanks tutorial, which we're going to walk through step by step. You can see here we have a bunch of tanks that wander around in these curved elliptical patterns. Their turrets spin around and they constantly shoot cannonballs, and the cannonballs will bounce on the ground a few times until they eventually settle and despawn. Looking at the very first step, we have here a subscene in which we have game objects respawning to a static tank, and a tank is a turret and a cannon. And what happens in the baking process is that for every game object in the subscene, the tank, turret, and cannon, an entity is created, and various components are added to that entity. Over here in the inspector, the entity baking preview shows all the component types that are added to this entity. And if I click this circle in the top right and select runtime, it shows me the full view of the baked entity, including all the values of its components. By the way, if you find it a little inconvenient to click the circle to swap back and forth, you can simply leave open a separate inspector tab, and then it's easy to swap back and forth between the two views. I won't go into any more detail here about baking. That's covered in another video in the manual. In the second step, our turret is now rotating around the y-axis. The first change is that we've added this turret authoring model behavior to the turret game object, and it contains two fields, one for cannonball prefab and one for transform representing the spawn point of the cannonballs. In this step, we can just leave them blank because we're not spawning cannonballs yet, but looking at turret authoring, what makes it an authoring component is that there's a corresponding class inheriting from Baker of type turret authoring. The fact that we call this class Baker and nested it inside the turret authoring, that's incidental. It doesn't really matter what we call this class or where we put it. The first thing we do in the baking of this authoring component is that we get the baked entity representing the turret, and we add to that entity a turret component, which has two entity fields, one to store the entity form of the cannonball prefab, and one to store the entity form of the cannonball spawn point. Here we're passing the game object representation of the prefab beget entity, and that gets us back the baked entity form of the prefab. And likewise, here we pass the game object transform representation of the cannonball spawn, and we get back its baked entity form. Notice in all three get entity calls, we specify we need a dynamic transform, meaning the entity needs transform components that we can mutate at runtime. At runtime, the turret's going to rotate, the cannonballs are going to move, and so is the spawn point. Lastly, we add a second component called shooting, which is an enable component, but this won't be relevant until step 8. In the meantime, we can just ignore it. In the on update of our first system called turret rotation system, we first compute a quaternion representing a spin around the y-axis, and then we're using here a for each query, which is a convenience feature that relies upon source generation to loop over the components of entities matching the query. In the in clause of the for each here, we're calling system API query, specifying that we need read-write access on transforms. We don't need to actually access the turret component values. We want this loop to only modify the local transforms of the entities which represent turrets. So for every entity having both component types, local transform and turret, we get a ref RW of the transform, and through this ref, we can read the actual component value through this value RO property, or we can write it through the value RW property. So here through Unity Mathematics, we're multiplying two quaternions and assigning that to be the new rotation of the turret's local transform. One more thing to note here, the system also has an onCreate method, which is invoked when the system is first created before its first update. And in this onCreate, we're saying that the system should not update unless there is at least one entity existing which has this turret rotation component. Back in the scene, this config game object has an execute author component with checkboxes for every step that effectively allow us to control which systems update in which scenes of this project. In step 2, we only want the turret rotation system to update, not the others. So in this execute authoring, we have a component type defined for each step, and in the bake method, we only conditionally add that components for the checkboxes that are checked. And this is what allows us to control in the sample which systems update in which steps. In step 3, the tank now moves following a random curvy path. The first change we've made is we've added this tank authoring script to the tank game object, and in the tank authoring baker, we're simply adding this tank component, which notice has no data. An entity component with no data we call a tag component because its sole purpose is to effectively mark an entity for query purposes. So in the on update of this tank movement system, we have a for each query which accesses the local transform of all entities which have the tank component. For the query, we also call with entity access because in this loop we also want to read the entity IDs. So the value returned here is a tuple which we are destructuring, and the first element of that tuple is the ref RW of the local transform, and the last element is the entity ID. In the body, we do some math to compute a random curve path for the tank to follow, ultimately setting the local transform's position and rotation. The details of the math don't really matter for our purposes, but notice we're setting the index of the entity ID to the y chord of this float 3, which is a float 3 being fed into this noise function. And we do that so that when we have multiple tanks, each one will generate different noise and thus follow a unique different curved path. Because for every entity in a query, each ID index will be unique.
Yeah, no worries, man.
In step 4, our tank now fires a cannonball every frame. we now have a spawn point game object attached to the tip of our cannon, and the turret authoring references that spawn point plus also the cannonball prefab. And in the cannonball prefab, we have this cannonball authoring script, which adds a cannonball component with velocity, plus also we add this ERP material property base color, which is a component from the entity's graphics package, which stores a color. And by virtue of this material property attribute, this component value overrides the base color of the material as long as we stick to the standard ERP shaders that support this override. So in a future step, this component will allow the tanks to shoot different colored cannonballs. Another new feature we use in this step is what's called an aspect. Here we're defining a turret aspect struct, and the turret aspect has two data members, a read-only reference to a turret component, and a read-only reference to a ERP material property base color component. We then are selectively exposing these fields through these public properties. So what an aspect effectively allows us to do is bundle a set of component types which our entities might have, and provide a wrapper abstraction around that set of components. In this case, the amount of abstraction is very trivial. We just have these getter properties, but in more advanced use cases, you might give your aspect various convenience methods. Anyway, we use this turret aspect in the turret shooting system, where for every turret, we want to spawn a new cannonball. In this forage query, we're querying for the local world component, but also the turret
Set component data.
aspect. And so effectively, this query is matching entities with three components, local to the world, and the two components of the turret aspect, which are turret and the ERP material property base color. In the returns tuple, what's included is the aspect, not the individual components. First, we use the entity manager to create a new instance of the cannonball prefab, and then we set its components. First, the local transform, then the cannonball velocity, and its ERP material property base color. For the local transform, we get the position of the cannonball spawn and the scale of the cannonball prefab. For the cannonball velocity, we set it to the up vector of the turret, so it shoots out the end of the cannon. And for the cannonball color, we copy the color of the turret itself. One more last detail here, the for each query should actually have a with all clause for the shooting component, which again is an enable component that we're currently ignoring, but will become relevant in a later step. In step 5, we now simulate the cannonball velocity. The balls will bounce on the ground, and when they come to a rest, they will disappear. We do this logic in a cannonball system, but rather than do the work directly on the main thread, we're scheduling the work in a job. Here we define a cannonball job, which we instantiate and schedule. For a job that processes the entity's...
Oh, it's been deleted. Cool. Mm. Hmm. Do you think it would be queries? I feel like it's queries. Hmm. Maybe? Let's see. We'll see if we can find something in here. Ugh. These are a bit too sweet. I'm gonna go shove this in the fridge. We are back. Okay. I don't really I feel like this might be it. I think this is actually it. Yeah, this is actually the one I want. Well, no, because like, look. Do. Do we need a physics body? Is it these? Trigger volume change material script. Excuse me. So stateful trigger event buffer. Why is this a buffer? Okay. Is this actually required, I wonder? Let's see. This isn't a job. Yeah, this isn't a job, so it's not necessarily what I want. There's the bounds. Event surface. Those are spheres. Please tell me that this is being put into a job. Wait. Physics step authoring is part of Unity. So this would be physics. That's it. Yeah. That's what we need. And then if we go back to here, so this is the physics. Wait, no. Wait a minute. What goes on the sphere? The sphere has nothing. No, these have physics bodies, physics shape. That's fine. Entity sender. Okay, yeah. Mhm. Oh, that's because it's being used, right? Ah, okay. Yeah. There's a delay, right? But that makes sense. This is 100% not what we want. Absolutely does not function the way that we want. Actually, maybe it does. This entity sender thing is interesting. I still don't know how I feel about this. Reproducer. Interesting. Okay, so contact event impulse authoring script. I think this is kind of more what we're looking for. And what's this have? Oh, thank God, it only has one. Okay, this is what we're looking for. Internal struct. Here we go. This is doing a job. System API get singleton. Simulation settings. A simulation singleton. Use it to get simulation used by a physics engine. System base, system API. Collision event. Where's the collision impulse data coming from? All we want to do. What is contact event impulse? Trigger volume, don't care. Yeah, it's this one. Contact event impulse. Physics velocity data. This is component data handle. This system applies an impulse to any dynamic that collides with a repulsor. A repulsor is defined by a physics shape authoring with the raise collision events flag ticked and a wait. We found it. I'll be right back. chilly, chilly. Okay. Oh, thank you. Raise trigger events.
Hello everyone. Today we will use the physics trigger events to implement a magic projectile that can pierce its enemies. We will also add some VFX when the enemy is hit. Before we start, I want to point out that I will be using the Unity 2022.2.1F1 version with the Preview 15 of the DOTS package. Yes, DOTS is officially out of experimental stage. We are not yet at a full release, but the Preview 15 already comes with some improvements.
One sec. This is raise collision events. So what's collecting? How do we access them? So this is all of my collision. Ah. Wait. Oh. So the contact event. Physics. Public component data, physics velocity. Okay, so this is, oh, is it a dynamic? Okay, let's document this really quickly. Get entities involved that check if both are dynamic. Check if has collision event pulse data authoring attached. If body A and B are both dynamic. If both are dynamic, we do this, which is impulse component, collision impulse. This is fetch. Oh, wait. I see what's going on here. Check if body A is a collision event impulse data. If has and B and body B is dynamic. If true, update the physics velocity data on body B. Fucking perfect. This is like exactly what we want. We don't need this. Remove component. This has a physics settings though. So we're gonna have to make that, which is fine. We're just gonna make a random little object here. Just collapse that. Empty. What was this one? Oh, right. Rins. Walking. It's the physics step. Okay. Yeah, this is the physics step. Fox, how am I doing? I'm doing okay. Check it out. We've made progress. We have ragdolls and dots. The vehicle works. We have a mass of walking pedestrians. We have boxes that we can run over. It runs like ass in the editor, but like it actually runs pretty well in a built project. And we can ramp. So we can do a build and run. Look at that. She. Oh, right. That's the sphere. I just ran into it. It's supposed to be yeah, look how well this works. I'm listening. I'll listen and then I'll steal it. No, I'm just kidding. But what's your game idea? The rule of thumb, just as a FYI, like the way I see things is like somebody if somebody can steal your idea and like this isn't necessarily directed at you, but like there's a lot of people that are like, oh, we have to keep it under an NDA because somebody might be able to steal it and replicate, and it's just like, if somebody's capable of stealing and replicating your idea without it being out yet, then your idea is not very good. Because it means that your product can be reproduced with very little overhead. So you don't really have a product at the end of the day, right? Like you have no competitive advantage whatsoever if that's the case. And it means that like eventually you're just going to go out of business. So it's just like when people are like, oh, I need to keep things on the wraps and stuff like that. Cause I've ran into that quite a bit where it's like, you know, our product needs to be kept under wraps and we can't tell anybody about it. And it's like, oh, so what you're saying is that you don't really have a real product. You have a general idea of something that might work and it's easy to replicate. So you have no competitive advantage. You're banking on first mover advantage, or you will never make money off of this. It's a tower platformer, but you are a bouncy ball that can do directional charged up launches. I don't even entirely understand it. So there is a box around here somewhere, right about, I think right here. If I go straight, I should hit the box. Oh, I missed it. It should be in here, right? It's just a box to like give me I should just like run straight into it. It should be around here somewhere. There it is. Yeah, this is what we're working on right now. When I hit this box that you can't see, what I want is you hit it and a ragdoll comes flying out of it. You climb upwards, but with golfing aspect, and you bounce. I think that already exists. Like I think I've played that. To be fair though, that's also like Jump King. No, you should still make it, right? Because like at the end of the day, right, it doesn't matter if it exists or not. If you really want to make it, then it means that there's at the very least there's an opening in the there's an opening in the market because obviously it hasn't scratched your itch, so it means that there's something missing. You should absolutely never give up on an idea just because somebody else has done it. If it's something you want, you should build it. But yeah, no, the idea Jump King actually has the, like, you have to hold jump and then you get launched, right? So it has that idea, except for like you're jumping rather than like being a ball that launches and rolls or something like that. But I'm fairly certain I've played a game where like you have that and then you're like a ball or something like that. It's definitely not like it's not a fully net new idea, but like it is an interesting idea. I say you should do it. Why not, right? I don't think I can I at the very least I can't like I know that I've played a game that has a lot of the mechanics that you're talking about. I just don't know if it has 100% of the mechanics you're talking about, and if I have played it, I can't remember the name of it. But I could be misremembering too. But yeah, go for it, man. Do it. Do it. Make it happen. If you make it, I'll play it. Okay, so all we need is the authoring script. Prefab. Where's our scripts? Give me a second here. I want to get some of this stuff into here. Can I change the color of a folder? Can I color a folder so it stands out? Stupid.
Hello, everybody, and welcome.
Unity editor. Change. I hate it. I oh. Oh, I was just wanting to change the color of folders in Unity, and in order to do it, you need an add-on or you have to build it yourself. And I'm just like, I just don't care. I don't care that much. Yeah, no, Unity is missing a lot, and that's always been one of my greatest complaints about Unity, is that Unity feels like, to me, there's so many there's a number of rough edges where Unity feels like a game engine built by software developers trying to figure out what game developers want, and Unreal feels like a game engine developed by uh uh game developers to solve the problems that they're having. And don't get me wrong, there are benefits to both styles of development, but like I just feel like Unity needs to like in some cases Unity needs to step up, pull their head out of their ass, and do the thing that they should be doing, right? Like color coding folders is so useful that there is like that they should have that in the engine. It's not even expensive, right? Like it's not like you have to sit down and be like, oh, we need like, we need to dedicate like $200,000 a year to make sure that the folders have colors to them. It's like, no, it's a setting, right? Like it's not that hard to do. Yeah, it's like literally a couple lines of code. Just fucking add it to the goddamn engine. No, not file size, colors. Well, it's just like it's an example of Unity relying on their community to build the engine out in a meaningful way. I don't know. I think it would just slow it down like a tiny bit because you'd have to go fetch the data. Yeah, no, it's tiny. It's an integer. They could literally do it with an integer. What is 255? Two 255 is 8 bits, right? Yeah. So they just need 8 times 3, 24 bits to make it happen on every folder. Yeah. It's literally an integer. It's a 32-bit integer. That's all they need. I'm willing to sacrifice the 32 bits that it requires to make this happen. How many bits are in F? Yeah, I was right. 24 bits. I'm just not willing to make that myself. It's just not worth it. Oh, I figured out why I wonder if there's an open source version. Unity colored folders. GitHub. The engines are not compatible with each other in that meaningful way, unfortunately. No, it's just more like you don't put things together in the same way that you do in Unreal. So like a lot of the Unreal features that I like just would never work in Unity because they're like structurally incompatible with each other. Like the engine itself is structurally incompatible of doing that. It is specifically in that manner. Hmm. Actually, I shouldn't say it's incapable of it. It's just like it's clunky and weird. Like you wouldn't do it. That, and I don't think I know enough about Unity yet. Yeah. Fuck, what was I even doing? Right, I was gonna grab the the dots trigger here, and I don't actually want this to collide. I want this to trigger event. Would collides be the one that I want? Okay, no. Wait, I need to put something there that to make it visible. It's too invisible for me. just not good. 3D. Let's put a sphere in there. There we go. I should be able to run straight through this, I think. Yeah, okay, there we go. This will be ragdoll. Hmm. I had to replace one episode with one by someone else. 4.3 replaced a feature from 4.2. Fun, better for it. But I don't know add-on challenges. Fox, are you making tutorials for Godot? Oh, okay. How are you finding Godot? SNES Zelda Toot. I'm so confused with that one. Where the fuck did it go? Oh, there it is. Wait, where's the ragdoll one? I think I need to exit this and reopen it. Sorry. It's forcing you to learn scripting. Oh no, I don't really see Godot's language as a scripting language, to be fair. Scripting. Mm. With Godot, isn't that just like transfer the files over and you're done? Like there's really not much to it. I think I misspelt authoring, didn't I? Yeah, I did. should be maybe just a few tutorial videos that can refresh. Ragdoll prefab. Currently doing a game jam. Nice. Random move. Pedestrian spawner. This is what I wanted. Hmm. Didn't I have? Right. This is what we wanted here. Yeah. There we go. Also, I saw two ads when then a woman spoke a couple sentences, then a man saying a sentence, then ads again. This is reality now. Sounds about right. This is stupidity now. Bow in bask in the glory of stupidity. Stupidity all around. I'm sorry. Ragdoll system. Like, I suppose. On update. Okay, so let's grab all the information that we need here. Do do do. Do do do. That's not right. What is it? 55? Wait, so what's the problem here? What? Oh, wait. This is that. Okay. Why is this read only? Oh, okay, there we go. Actually, wait. This is going to be Unity Burst using Unity dot collections. You know what I want? Live action Robotech. Do the whole American narrative. So across Moss, etc. What? Robotech. Live action Robotech. I'm not sure I follow. It's a combination of similar series. Okay. What is it? It's Block Call 1. Welcome. And hi. We have a game mostly started. Let's get it back into a running state real quickly here. Then I can do the build and run thing. By the way, everybody, there is the YouTube and the Twitch. So feel free to watch both. Customize in great detail. The mobile keyboards are really hard to make because they can't bug out. Like if they bug out, they become effectively useless, right? Like they make such a terrible situation when they bug out. You have to be so careful with that. And like imagine if a keyboard caused your system to crash and like fully kernel panic crash, non-recoverable. Like man, that would be like a horrible product, right? Imagine if like there was one piece of software that you just could not run with without completely crashing your entire system with that keyboard attached, right? Like with that driver attached. Like that would be horrible, right? Like oof. That'd be quite some terrible product. I can't imagine any like super massive large companies actively today would have a product that crashed because you ran a piece of software. I may or may not be directly referencing a company at the moment that has a keyboard that I had that exact problem with in the past like month. And it is a multi-million-dollar corporate. I think it's like $1 billion corporation, possibly. I don't know what their valuation is, but they are massive. Yeah, we don't know how much the company is worth, but like they are a big deal. Did it not build? It failed. Ugh. I was gonna build the most recent version of it and just play that, but you know, it doesn't want to let me do that. Oh, it fucked my build too. Cool. Okay, let's see if that fixes it. Let's get back to a working state here. There, let's hit play. We'll see if we get any errors here. It will dictate whether or not we can do a build or not. Because like right now, it just runs like ass. It does not run super well in the editor. But yeah, this is the game at the moment. But I think now we should be able to do a build and run. CL, hello, and welcome. Let's do a build and run. See if it fixes the compile time issues. How long does it take to build your project? Not very long. I just hit build, so we're about to find out. It's not a particularly large project. But the game runs like complete dog shit in the editor. So that is a thing. Oh, it still failed. God damn it. I don't know what's causing that process. Oh, I wonder if I need to restart the project, to be honest. That might actually be a thing. I'm a former C# developer. I haven't done production development in many years. I have been doing C# for about, I think this is my 4th week. No, this isn't even my 4th week. How long have I been doing? I've been doing it since the 27th. No, the 26th. The 26th was my first day of C#. 1, 2. This is my 3rd week. we're almost at the end of the 3rd week. Failed with output. What is causing this though? Like, huh? This is a first. I've not seen this error. This did start happening. Maybe it's this. Okay, so what if I do this? What if I do this? I think I want to say that it's just this that's causing the problem. Like the ragdoll system. The ragdoll system thing. I think this is what's causing the problem. See if that fixes it. Oh, sure. Give me 1 sec. I think that should fix it. I think we're getting further, so it is the ragdoll system that's causing the problem. Do, 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 do. Ba, da, 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 da. Nope, it's still there. What the fuck? Well, that's the other one. What is causing this? Oh, you know what? No, that's correct. Yeah, probably. I tried killing like everything so it wouldn't be that, but there it is. It's got to be that. All right, I'm just going to close. I'm going to close this. I think it's these. So I believe that you are correct that it was something else using it. It was something getting held open. Probably because Unity. Okay, we're going to do a build and run. And now it should hopefully work. There we go. Here we go. This is my game so far. The Unity version of my game so far is this one. Whee! Whee! Look at all the little peoples. Yay! Yay! Woohoo! All right, let's jump that ramp right there. Whee! That's where we're at the moment. And if I go like this, truck coon. There we go, background process. It's probably this is the problem. I think it's not exiting correctly when I use the Alt F4. Holding on to one of works. Awesome. Yeah. So right now what we're trying to do is make it so when you crash into one of those girls, these ones way over here here, when you crash into one of these, they turn into a ragdoll and they get flung. So that's and that's what this is supposed to do. Is truck. As what was this under again? Like what was the list for the truck? Dots player truck. Vehicle authoring. No, we want the player authoring. That's what we wanted. Player tag. Component lookup. Check to see which is truck coon is player. All right. I will be right back. I need to get food. So I need food and I need to go to the bathroom. So I'll be back in a couple. Oh fuck. They're not gonna let me play ads. I'm just gonna play a bunch of ads. But I'll be right back. It's lunchtime for me. Water is required. Ooh. There we go. We're going to check something. Oops. I'm going to check something. I think this legitimately ran overnight. These are the most, this is the most important. It's magic. Wait, I'm in Japanese right now? Mr. Don, the developer, is streaming. What's he doing? Very wholesome fox. Ooh, failed captain. I haven't seen his sculpts in a while. Oh, I did a good job on the cat. Still doing TypeScript. Oh, oh yeah, no. I don't know why I clicked on Dan Ruby. Dan Ruby's a really cool guy, but his stuff is questionable. This guy's game looks interesting. I really like the style he's got for his game. The game itself, I don't know if I'd play though. Don here though. Don, for anybody that doesn't know Don teaches programming. And he tries to help people get into the industry. Or at least that's what was going on the last time I chatted with him. I don't know if things have changed since. But he's a cool guy. Very positive. Like, he's very honest, but very positive about things. It's just, it's not always going to show, because when you're being honest, you have to tell inconvenient truths. But yeah. If you like programming, he's a great guy to follow. God damn it. Fuck. I swallowed a bone chunk. Very small bone chunk, but a bone chunk. Cool guy. Hmm. God damn. Fucking stupid. Okay. Now, what was the issue here? This is not a collision event. This is a trigger event. Wait. There's an error somewhere. I feel it. I feel it in my bones. Let's see if we can build and run. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, okay. So that's the problem right there. Oh, here we go. We're in. But if I close out of this, the question then becomes like, okay, so I Alt F4. Does it leave open a truck cone? It does. Okay. So it's probably the Alt F4 that's causing the problem. But would this prevent it from running normally? No, not Unreal. Unity. No, no, it doesn't prevent it at all. Whee! Now, I imagine that there's probably a way to say, hey, don't load certain scenes. And that's probably how I'm going to performance optimize things. Where it's just going to be like, don't load too many scenes kind of thing. Boo doo 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 doo, boo doo doo doo. Move out my way, bitches. Hell yeah. Look at that. Wee. 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 I want to add more air control. I want to add some air control. Mhm. Yeah, so they don't end properly. Unity not killing all processes when build is closed. Been waiting for Unity support, but but it didn't work. So I found this solution which works for me. Put the script below in a game object that exists in every scene. That's interesting to do. Looks like I got an update. 3.7. Ah, damn. Because I can't just update, right? Install editor. That's so annoying. What do I need here? I think this auto selects everything, right? At any rate, I can change it later, right? Yeah, okay. I have everything that I needed. It is a project thing, but like it's a project thing that it seems like it might be something like it's a project thing, but I think it's a project thing that's connected to the engine itself. And since Unity doesn't use Unity to build anything, I'm unsurprised that they don't run into that problem. I was a little surprised that Unreal pushed a build that broke internationalization. That one surprised me. Yeah. They pushed out a version of UE5 that completely destroyed internationalization. It was an easy fix, but you had to wait for the next version to come out or build from source. Because like it was like a 1 or 2 line fix in the engine code. If I cared more, I would have gone in and fixed it, but I just didn't give a shit. But I'm surprised that it went out because like uh Fortnite I think always uses like the most recent version of the code base, so I'll be right back. Popo! The Popo are coming! They're coming to attack! Everybody run! Oh, you guys can't hear the you guys can't hear the sirens outside. Look at all the peoples. Okay. What the fuck was I working on even? I just don't even remember. Oh yeah, I was gonna spawn them. Hmm. What? No. Oh, that's player. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. There we go. Oh, this requires system state. So this could be, I think we could put this into a, I think that this could be put into a job, but that's fine for now. Oh, no, no, no. This is, yeah, no, no, we don't need that. This just needs the system state. And really, we just need the entity manager. What we want to do is we want to spawn, right? Unity dots spawn inside of job.
Okay, so hello and welcome back to another Unity tutorial. In this video, we're going to be creating a simple spawning system in ECS using dots, the data-oriented tech stack. Let's get into it. But of course, first I've got to thank my patrons, so special thanks to Flow State Games, Average Morning, CZ, Art Farrell, Buderay, and Marie Baldwin. If anyone else is able to help support the channel monetarily, link my patrons down below. Otherwise, there are also links down below to social media such as Twitch, Twitter, and
Flow State Games. Why does that sound familiar? Interesting.
and Discord. If you go and help me out by following any of those, I'd be greatly appreciated. Now let's get to the video. For step 1, we're going to have to create the component data where we define what we want to spawn, how often we want to spawn it, and where we want to spawn it. Then for step 2, we're going to create the authoring component, which will tell Unity how to convert our mono behavior into an entity to use an ECS system. And then for step 3, we're going to create the system that actually handles the spawning, which will go through all the spawners and spawn things in. And we can even, if we want to, spawn in spawners, and then those spawners will spawn more things in, and so on. It's up to you, right? This is just a simple example. If you haven't messed around with dots or anything before, I'd recommend you check out my previous video in this playlist. If you're not on the playlist, sorry, if you're just on the video normally, go to my channel, and on the homepage you'll find an ECS playlist. It currently only have 2 videos when you go look, but there might be more actually by that time. But anyway, let's get to the coding. Okay, so as always, if you want access to the actual files, my project files and scripts I'm making in the video, you can go down to my GitHub link below, go find the repository dots tutorials or dots tutorial, and you'll find it there. So to set up this video and not actually waste time, I've already made the...
Wait a second.
Okay, so hello.
Hey, look, I know that guy. And that guy. And that guy. That's Code Monkey. That's that guy that I can never remember his name. That's that girl who does a lot of Unity tutorials. And that's that guy that we've been watching because he does stuff. Interesting. Ooh. Sorry, I haven't been doing Unity long enough.
The light and the camera, make prefab into it, which is actually nice. So how often is that in the system? We're going to, on the map, the one we want to close, so we have the game object prefab.
Okay, so I think this one's going to be a bit too old.
Hello everybody and welcome to today's video. We're going to be talking about using prefabs in Unity's entity component system. Specifically this time we're going to be talking about how to use them with an entity command buffer. Now in the previous video that I made, I talked about how to use these with the entity manager and some of the considerations that we needed to make. And this video is basically a follow-on to that one. Now I would recommend checking out that previous video if you haven't done so already, but just to do a quick recap on it, basically we were using the entity manager to spawn these prefab entities into our world and set the exact position that we wanted them to spawn at the same time that we were actually spawning them. Now the issue is that we were running into is that when these entities would spawn with the entity manager, for one frame they would appear in their default position, and then the next frame in the world and they would snap to where they were supposed to be, and then they'd live there for the duration of the application. The reason this was happening is because although we're setting the translation component on the frame that we were spawning the entity, that initially was running after the transform system group, which basically copies the translation components into the local to world components, so Unity knows exactly where to render that object in the world. However, we were able to fix this issue by basically having our system that spawns these entities run before that transformation system group, so everything gets updated in the proper order. So in today's video, we're going to continue using the same system, which is still updating before that transformation system group. However, as you'll see very quickly, we're going to run into that same issue right off the bat, so we're going to be fixing that. And I'm also going to be showing you how to fix another common issue that stems from using these prefabs, spawning them from an entity command buffer, and that is how do we actually reference an entity that we're spawning using an entity command buffer, because oftentimes we're going to want to queue up this entity to be instantiated. However, we may need a reference to it right away, even though technically that entity isn't created yet. So I'm going to be showing you how we deal with that situation. And as per usual, all the code as well as project files featured in today's video will be available using the links down in the description below, so you can go ahead and download those and play around with this project to really experiment with how this is all set up and really get a good understanding of how this works. So I'm going to be showing you how to instantiate entity prefabs using an entity command buffer. So you see that I've just created an entity command buffer using the nsimulation entity command buffer system. So this means that this is the built-in.
Can you use the command buffers in jobs? You can use ECB to schedule structural changes from jobs and perform changes on the main thread after the job's complete. You can also use record entity command. You can record entity command buffers.
entity command buffer that will play back towards the end of the frame here. So we'll just go down here and you'll see that when we press the S key, we'll go ahead and spawn an entity using the entity command buffer. So basically we're just gonna go ahead and create the command buffer inside here. And then, very similar to the entity manager, there's an instantiate method on the entity command buffer. Of course, we can just pass in the capsule prefab and do get a reference to that entity that we will be spawning. Very similar to before, we're just gonna go ahead and calculate a random position and use the entity command buffer to set the components of the new capsule to that new position. And then I'm just gonna do a debug.break to pause execution after we've spawned it. So anyways, we're just gonna go ahead and enter play mode. I'm gonna press the A key a couple times and spawn a few entities in the world with the entity manager. Now let's press the S key. And you'll see something interesting happens. You see that the entity actually spawns in the world in that initial prefab position, not where we want it to be, not in that random position that we set. And we'll go ahead and go to the next frame, and you'll see that the entity goes to that random position that we've now calculated. I don't have the laser pointing to it yet. We'll get into that in a moment. But now there's a very specific reason that this happens. And even though our system is again in the same system, so it is happening before the transform system group. Well, we're actually not spawning the entity until later in the frame. We're not spawning the entity all the way until the end simulation entity command buffer runs, which runs well after the transform system group. So again, we can fix this by doing something a little bit hacky and setting the local toward component directly. But again, do not exactly recommend doing that. So we're not going to be doing that now. But what we're actually going to do now is change this from the end simulation entity command buffer to the begin simulation entity command buffer system. So basically, this queues up the changes for the next frame, and then it's going to play them back during the next frame rather than the current frame. So actually what happens if we go ahead and enter play mode, I'm going to go ahead and press the S key to spawn an entity. You'll see that the game has now paused. You see on our side, our dots hierarchy, we do not have that new turbo prefab yet. Remember, this is just a actual prefab. We don't have the clone version of it. And again, we look all around in our world and it is not there. Now we go to the next frame and you'll see that the entity spawns right into the random position where it needs to be. We can exit out of paused mode and continue running the game, and it's just going to stay right there. It's not going to snap to a different position or anything. All right, so now I'll just press the S key a bunch of times and you'll see that they're basically just being spawned right away. Now it's really hard to notice that 1 frame delay, even when I'm running the game at a 30 frames per second frame rate. It still seems pretty much instant that capsule is being spawned into the world. So it is a little bit of an issue that there is a 1 frame delay, but it's not so bad because the player doesn't actually notice it. So basically, again, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be queuing up those changes to run during the begin simulation entity command buffer system. So it's actually going to instantiate the prefab into the world early on in the frame, set its translation so that when the transform system group comes around, it can properly update the local toward components. And we don't have that little glitch where the entity just appears in one spot and then the next frame it goes to its next spot. All right, so then for the final issue that I wanted to show you.
Hey, I don't want to have to explain this to you. It really should have been on your parents, but when two capsules love each other very much.
Let's go ahead and just take this exact same line and set singleton for the last spawn capsule. We'll just go ahead and pass in the new capsule. Come back over to Unity. So I'm going to press the A key. So we're going to spawn, a couple using the entity manager. Everything is all well and good until we go ahead and press the S key. You'll see that we do spawn the entity into the world. However, the laser is not pointing anywhere. And if we look over the console, we just have a whole mess of error messages. And if we click on these, we can get a little bit more information about the error. It says all entities created using the entity command buffer create entity must be realized via playback. One of the entities is still deferred. Index equals -1. So basically, what that means is when we do this entity command buffer.instantiate, getting a reference to that new capsule, it's actually basically going to create like a dummy entity, and the index of this dummy entity is a value of -1. Now, this is no problem for when we're doing entity command buffer operations on this new entity because basically all the changes are being queued up, and when that entity is actually instantiated inside the entity command buffer, we can go ahead and set components on it and do all those sorts of things. However, you see this set singleton, this is running on the main thread again before this new capsule is actually created. So it is kind of this like what's known as a deferred entity with an index of -1. So this is not going to work. Now this is kind of a problem because a lot of times we are going to need to spawn entities using this command buffer, and we're going to need to reference them from other entities or data components in our game.
That would be the father gets rejected.
So how exactly do we handle this? The answer actually might surprise you. We need to use a dynamic buffer. So, I did a pretty thorough video on dynamic buffers, so go check that out if you want a little bit more information on that. But basically, I've just gone ahead and created this very simple dynamic buffer here. You'll see that it's just a, I call this the spawned capsule buffer element, implementing iBuffer element data. We just have one field for a public entity called value. So first things first, in the onStart running, we're just gonna go ahead and get a reference to the capsule spawner entity, and then we'll do an entity manager.addBuffer type of capsule spawn buffer element, passing in the capsule spawner. So this basically just adds the dynamic buffer to the capsule spawner. So now what we're gonna do is an ECB.append to buffer. So basically, this is going to, when the entity command buffer plays back, it's going to add elements to this buffer that we have on this capsule spawner. So first thing is that we're gonna pass in the capsule spawner entity. Now this is the entity that has the buffer that we're adding to. Next, we pass in the buffer element that we want to add. So we're just going to do a new spawn capsule buffer element, and for the value, we'll pass in that new capsule. So again, this is that new capsule that has not been yet created, but when the entity command buffer plays back, this entity now will be a valid entity, so then we can basically have a reference to it inside this dynamic buffer. So let me kind of show you what happens if we go over to Unity and I spawn a bunch of these using the entity command buffer. You'll see that we now have a bunch of these. So let's actually go over to the capsule spawner, and you'll see that we now have this new spawn capsule buffer element. And you see that in here, we now have a bunch of these elements, and if we go in here, you'll see that it's set to the prefab for each one of these here. So basically just populating this buffer with all these prefabs that we're instantiating in the world. So now we actually need to do a quick follow-on job that basically looks at the elements in that buffer and determines, which is actually this last capsule, so we can point the laser to it. So I've gone ahead and implemented this in an entities.for each function. Of course, there are multiple ways of actually doing this, but basically we're gonna be looking for anything with a dynamic buffer type of spawn capsule buffer element, which I call it cap buff, and then the last spawn capsule, which I call last cap here. So what we're gonna do is if the capsule buffer is empty, we'll just go ahead and return. We don't need to proceed any further. Otherwise, if there are things in the buffer, let's just go ahead and set the last cap value equal to the cap buffer at cap buffer.length -1.value. So this basically just gets the last thing in that buffer. And then finally, we're just gonna go ahead and clear out that buffer. Basically, the reason that I'm doing this here is if there were some reason that we were to spawn multiple entities in a single frame, it would basically just get the final one of the buffer and then clear out the buffer, so it would only be pointing to one entity. All right, so we'll go ahead and enter play mode. You'll see that we can still spawn with the A key just by using the entity manager, and now when we press the S key, we can now spawn entities using the entity command buffer, and the laser points to the correct location. So again, kind of a little bit of a weird workaround that you have to do in order to reference the entities that are spawned using an entity command buffer, because again, at runtime, before the entity command buffer executes, that entity is not yet valid. So there's no real way that we can reference it. So we kind of have to do this little workaround where we basically add these ones to some sort of a buffer, and then we look at this buffer and basically determine what we want to do with them from there. So anyways, that is an overview about how to use prefabs in Unity's entity component system and some of the special considerations that we need to make when using them with an entity command buffer. As you can see, it's not really all that difficult, but it's kind of some weird things that you wouldn't expect right off the bat that you really just kind of need to consider as you're going forward. So anyways, I really do hope that you did find today's video helpful. If you did, I'd really appreciate it if you hit that like button. Also, feel free to subscribe to the channel.
Hmm. Okay, so I have a couple different options here. So I need to pass in state for system state. Excuse me. There's our entity. What we need is the entity management. Um, no, it's this one here. But this, I think we can just see. Oh, fuck me. I think this is just state.entity manager. Oh, ragdoll data. Ragdoll prefab. Wait. Mm-hmm. Initialize. This is this one. Uh, And then we need to get the local transform. Can we do local transform? Ref. Or sorry, in. Local, or sorry, yeah, local to world. Local to world. Ah, damn it. That's not what I said. So would this be... Wait, that's not what I wanted. Why doesn't he just provide the information without ECB, ECS? Oh, he's actually... Oh, never mind. ECS, ECB.
Why use jobs in ECS code? First, you can use iJob entity to iterate across component data when you have a data transformation that you...
I like this guy's... I think I like this guy's tutorials, but they're just... The accent's a little bit too thick for me.
Hello everybody, welcome to today's video. We're going to be talking about another frequently used... This one I don't have anything necessarily to bring up and showcase, but it was just kind of tagging off of a little bit of a discussion that you and I, Danny, had with our other co-host Tobias. We were just kind of talking the other day about basically when to use entity command buffers versus when not to use them. And so this kind of all came about because actually Tobias and I were working on a project together, and I was kind of using entity command buffers quite a bit. I think it was just kind of like a habit that I started getting into because especially going through a lot of the Unity's resources that they've kind of put out there and best practice recommendations and everything like that, it really seemed like entity command buffers were something that you should kind of use a lot because you can kind of queue up operations and then play those back at a later time. But kind of we were discussing that actually might not always be the most efficient way to go about things. So again, just kind of wanted to open this up, and I know you have some pretty good knowledge and insights about when entity command buffers should be used versus when not to. So I guess we can just kind of start this conversation by saying, is there kind of like a general rule of thumb about when you should use an entity command buffer versus not, or what?
Yeah, so like my general rule of thumb is just you should never use an entity command buffer. But and that's the important part, because I don't think the actual question really should be what should you use an entity command buffer or not for a given case. It's more of a do I need to? In this specific case, am I forced into using an entity command buffer, or can I do an alternative that will be faster? So like what I see some beginners end up doing is like just schedule parallel, schedule everything, and that is slow, and that with in a sad way, is that you force them to use entity command buffers. And that's not really a place where entity command buffers should be used. And that is not like when you go to validate whether or not a given scenario you are forced into using an entity command buffer, you also have to take a step back and see if your current solution even needs multithreading to begin with. But the question is really, do you need multithreading or not? If, say, you are only iterating over 100 entities, you can really just say, yeah, I'm going to do it on the main thread, and I'm going to use the entity manager. And when you do that, it's also more easy to see, oh, I probably shouldn't add a component to all these entities that happen to be in the same chunk. I should probably just batch up all the changes ahead of time and then instantiate all of them, or I should instantiate a new archetype that has everything set up, and then I can do an instantiate passing in the number of entities that you want to spawn that are correct, and just move all the data over. So really, the default should be entity manager, like pretty much always. But the ways you go to solve not using an entity domain buffer is sometimes harder than it's worth. And if it is harder than it's worth, in those cases, you should also just use an entity domain buffer. Like
I was right. My assumption was right. Entity component buffers felt wrong.
Like if you already have written out all the code for an entity command buffer and you don't really see a performance problem with an entity command buffer, it's not like it makes sense to stop you from doing it. Yeah, you should be careful of using them, especially if it's like, hey, I'm gonna add a component to 1,000 entities. That will just be slow because it has to look at every command in that entity command buffer and then figure out what to do with it. And it has to do that 1,000 times. It can't just move all of them, and it can't just like be ahead of time have a title loop compiled because you might have switched over to a different type of command. And so you also sometimes want to batch things into one native array that then does the operation, just because it means that the first has already done a title loop. That being said, there's also this idea that you can't do any structural changes inside.
Okay, so what I'm thinking, and this feels like a better way of doing this, is if I take the, so we have the sphere, and if we attach a tag to the sphere that has a true Boolean attached to it effectively, then we can query for just the ones that have been hit, right? And we can utilize the trigger I think is trigger with two G's or one? That is with two. Okay. Trigger. We can use the trigger to flip. Then we have a system that runs over all of the entities that have this attached to it that's true. Then it doesn't matter how we do it because we're only going to do it at a max of like maybe 10 or 20, right? And then we spawn them in because spawning seems to work fine. We spawn them in and fling them. So if I go to youtube.com and it's CodeMonkey,
read the state of these booleans. Like I said, this is a bitmap canvas position as well as the width and height. So hold down Alt and click over here. And if there Hello and welcome, I'm your CodeMonkey. In this lecture, we're going to learn how to select our units so we can choose who we give orders to. We're going to use what is called an enable component, which will let us toggle it on or off depending on the state, and depending on that state, we're going to give orders to those selected units. Okay, so far, all our logic for moving the unit works. I've got just one unit here, I can click, and yep, the unit does go towards the target position. It goes there perfectly. It works with one unit and also works with multiple units. All of them go towards the target position. Now, before we make some duplicates again, it's probably time to make this unit into a prefab. So first of all, let's keep things nice and organized. Let's make a new prefabs folder called prefabs. Let's drag the units on there, okay? And also let's select the unit, and over here for the collider, let's actually make it a trigger, just to make it so that we don't have any issues with collisions right now. Again, like I mentioned, we're going to add collision avoidance and some proper move positions later on, but for now, let's just enable this so we don't have any issues, and make sure you make this a trigger directly over here on the prefab, so it should apply to all units and not just this one unit, okay? Now we can duplicate them, so let's duplicate a bunch of them, position them a bit like this, just having a bunch of different units, okay, great. And if we test, yep, they're also moving, click, and yep, all of them go towards target position. Okay, great. But that's actually a problem. All of them are moving. Now in an RTS game, you really want the player to be able to control which units to move instead of just moving all of them all the time. So we need some way to tag some units as being either selected or deselected. Then when giving the move order, when doing that, we can make sure to only give those move orders to the units that are actually selected. Now when it comes to tagging units, we have multiple options. The first one is with a simple component tag. Let's create one just to see how that works. So in our authoring scripts folder, let's go ahead create. And by the way, for making a new authoring component, we can create a model behavior script and go through that whole writing process, or we can go over here into entities, and this one already has a bigger script. So let's see this one just see what this template has. Let's let's call this the selected authoring. Okay, let's open and see. And yep, this is what it creates by default. So it creates a modern behavior class and then creates a second, a baker class, implements baker and the bake method. Now, honestly, personally, I still prefer the format that I have over here. I think this one makes it look a little bit cleaner. So I've got the authoring class, it has the public, everything looks nice and proper. We've got the baker class inside of it, and then the component down here. So technically, you can use this template if you want, but me personally, I prefer this format over here. So I'm going to basically follow this. So over here on this one, first of all, I like to be explicit, so let's make it as public. Then we've got the modern behavior. Then inside we've got the baker class. I like to call this one just baker and make it public. Okay, so yeah, but again, personal preference. Personally, I prefer this format. Okay, so now let's make our actual component. Let's make the usual thing. So this one needs to be a struct. Then for the name, let's call it selected, and then we implement iComponent data. And that's it. That's all it takes. Here we have just a tag component, meaning it's a normal component, a normal iComponent data, and it simply does not have any fields at all. It really just exists so it can be used to tag objects. Then over here on the bake, we really just set it. So let's grab the entity. Let's call it get entity, and for the transform usage, and also again, make sure you select the prefab so that we just add our component with units. You can see, yep, here would be quite expensive. But since the archetypes are based on a specific set of components, because of that, if you add or move a component, you are going to be changing the archetype. Intensive operation, so that defines whether it's. See, it does have a nice checkbox. This checkbox lets us easily either enable or disable this component. And since the whole thing we're doing here is just flipping a Boolean bit, we are not adding or removing components. So because of that, setting this to whether it's selected or deselected will not trigger a custody structural change. Okay, so we have our nice enableable component. Now let's see how this actually works inside components. To add component data. Now the way we make something as an enableable component is super simple. We literally just implement another interface. It's called iEnableable component. And if that's it, we don't need to add any extra data.
Okay, so what we do is we come into here, go into authoring, and we do create entity. Baker. And this is going to be a ragdoll enabled. Or no, sorry, pedestrian died tag. No, pedestrian alive tag. And then this is, what was it? It was iEnabled component. There we go. Then if we go back to the ragdoll system, we can get rid of this. We can get rid of the entity manager. We don't care about the physics velocity. Oh. Oh, fuck me. Okay, so do we care about the collision event? No, we don't care about this. We just care about these two things. Oh no, we do care about the ragdoll stuff. I want data from a yeah. You know what? I don't even know if we actually care. No, we don't even care. Yeah, no, we don't care about the ragdoll data here. The idea is there, but I just don't give a shit. Wait. On create required for update. Read write. Hmm. No, I think we don't worry about that one because we just care about this. Oh, okay, never mind. We do care about that one. We're just not using it is the only thing. Pedestrian tag lookup. Ragdoll data lookup. Don't care. There we go. think that's it. Let me double check with the code here. Yeah, that's it. So what's the problem here? Oh, there's a player tag. Then we don't actually care about this. Sorry, we do care about that. We don't care about this. And then here we'll say no, you know what? I think this actually is the correct way to do this. I don't like it. Yeah, pretty much. I don't like it because I think there's a situation where this could come in and there is no player tag, right? And if that's the case, then accessing it like this would cause an error, right? Or me to be in a bad state, right? Now, player tag lookup dot get entity, entity A. This might work, but like what happens if there isn't an entity? Get a safe reference to a component data. The reference entity returns a safe reference to the entity. Throws an exception if the component doesn't exist. There we go. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, ow. My chest hurts. All right. I think I'm going to call it here because I am actually in some pain right now. We're going to go raid somebody. Thanks. I will. I probably just need to lay down or something. We're going to go raid one of my Japanese friends. Please be nice to her. She's awesome. But I will see you all again tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you and good night. Mm.